Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome. Today is Tuesday, bright and early, kind of bright. I feel like I wouldn't mind some more lighting in here. Like, technically, I could turn this up, but we're already at 84%. And I feel like, if anything, I need, like a top light that just shines on the background. But, I mean, there's enough stuff going on. You can kind of see the reflection of the lights already, the ring light and the Amaran. But I mean, it might be okay. It's really, as soon as it gets dark out, which you all know now is getting dark out in like an hour, that's when like the entire light show is just toast. And it's kind of overcast right now, so it's not like super great. But anyway, VeeDotMe here. Got a couple of world premieres lined up today. One of which I think I can kind of boot up right now. The only thing is, how am I gonna do this? I don't know how I'm gonna capture this exactly. Yo, Ortney, good to see you. Also, shout out to those who followed while we were offline, including T-Bone Games, Rage H, Molly Berry, not to be confused with the actress, Papa Sug, BK Rowe, and Drywall. Always appreciate my drywallers out there. Alright. So we're gonna boot up the first V Try Me for the day. But then, while that is up, I'm going to be doing other stuff at the same time, because it's literally the point of the game. If it works the way how I think we can make it work. It's gonna be very interesting. Good evening, yo, Kingu, welcome on in. Wow, it like immediately loaded up. Though I do kind of wish it was slightly bigger. So what we're gonna do... Is that its own music? Yes. Alright, hang on. So there's something going on here. The music's not bad, actually. Not Mu Masume? Not today. Maybe in the future. Okay. We can put this, like, down here. Wow, we're getting achievements. And there's music. But are there, like... Is there an options menu? Okay. 500. But how do I move this? Oh my god. Okay, we found it. Okay. So today's world premiere game is called Desktop Defender. It's an idle game. Not idle like A-D-O-L-E. Idle, A-D-L-E. Where we can, I have no idea what's gonna be happening here. Apparently, I have money, so we can buy stuff as we go. I need health? Really? Loot? Armory? We need levels. I guess XP's way down here. Oh, God. Alright. In the meantime, while that's going... Yeah, so it plays by itself, right? It's an idle game. So what we're supposed to do is we go through our regular docket with the idle game going. Cross blitz. See, this is how you're supposed to do it, chat. Except now it may be a little bit too big. It's like those TikToks that has an actual talking head going on while also having a mobile game playing on the side. A little bit of something for the Zoomers. Build the perfect deck. It looked like I was attacking nothing at first. Oh crap, we leveled up. Money multi. Great. Wait, I have $200. We scale on money. Wait, I can pick up stuff? Ram Hoof XP. Wow. Waiting for V to play Celeste? I played Celeste. You may be thinking of Constance. Wait, I just lost. When Constance comes out, well, it is out actually. Celeste. Let's try playlist. Yeah, I played Celeste 5 years ago. Pretty incredible, actually. Didn't realize it was that long ago. Pre-COVID. But I'm a little surprised that it doesn't show a playlist. On the death meter, world. Do I really not have a playlist for Celeste? Hang on. That seems wrong. I mean, I guess it's a good thing we looked at this, right? I have a playlist. So how in the world do you find a playlist? It's gonna be like way down here because, like I said, 5 years ago. Oh, I have so much money. Control F. Yeah, okay. So 11 vids in here. Part 1 to part 7. 7 being core. B-sides. And then what? Maybe I did C-sides offline? Because I definitely did C-side as well. Fire rate. I did not finish Farewell. I loaded it up. I think maybe Farewell had just come out at the time. But other things came out around the same time, so I never finished Farewell. I only did like 1 hour of it. So achievement-wise, I'm 27 out of 32. So I feel like I did some stuff in Celeste, for sure. Don't even... Oh, we're missing these. Impress your friends, I guess, is all golden strawberries. Right? And then Celeste, whatever this is, apparently, I did all seasides. I basically did the whole game. I just didn't go back and get all the golden strawberries. And I have no idea what this is. So that hopefully shows, like, how much I did in Celeste. Hopefully that counts for something. I know Constance just came out. So, like, I wouldn't necessarily go back to Celeste because I think I'd rather just play a new game. And this game looks incredible. I don't know if I really am in the mood to finish a Metroidvania. But, like, look at this. Look at the pageantry and the mechanics. Yo, fire rate down. We're at max loot. How do you open a slot? Oh, okay. Yeah. We chill. Requires a star? I guess we can't chill until we figure out what stars are. So yeah, this is looking good. Already 87% positive. That was a brand new release. Abandoned Archive, another action roguelike. So we gotta take a look at that. No trailer. Oh, here we go. Yo, Endo, good to see you. Yeah, I was worried there was no trailer for this. Unique upgrades. It's a pretty good... Oh, wow, look how long this is. Charges your arm with a deadly breeze, which the user should swiftly swipe with to release a gust of wind. On the third usage, the user will expel any excess air mana and produce a short burst of wind around them. I feel like this could be shortened somehow. Just to say that. There's more text. Many without flight have always been jealous. Oh, this is all flavor text at the bottom. Okay. I hear you. Yo, fire rate. I want fire rate. It's like a straight ADD machine right here. How many things can we do at the same time? Except I'm gonna die to the boss. Yo, I think we killed the boss for the first time. Maybe. I can kind of see what they're doing here. No idea how deep the game's gonna be. But I can see the idea. Oh, did I die? I'm back on wave 3. Anyway, Call of Duty Black Ops 7 is in new and trending still. Let's hop over to roguelikes. See, they changed Steam Home. Here we go, here we go. All right, chillin'. The game sucks. Why would you put that into your trailer? I'm sure, like, for an indie dev, they want to be a little tongue-in-cheek, but it probably does backfire sometimes. You don't have to see all of that every time. Okay, there's a new thing here called Most Recent. And I don't remember that being a thing. Doodle Defense. I think we've seen enough. Neon Overdrive. VR? Is it actually? Oh wow, it's actually VR. It's so loud. Not gonna lie, I haven't hooked in the Oculus in a long time. Well, it's the Meta, whatever the Meta one is. The only thing we really did in VR is Beat Saber. That was like the only thing we would do on like a regular basis was Beat Saber. Without that, I don't think we would have ever booted the thing up. Projectile speed. We have to unlock the new slot. It's like awful. So no walking. I think you're just shooting from the pedestal you're on, which is maybe fine. Maybe some of the FPS roguelike in VR, like you struggle because they want you to walk. Beat Saber mentioned. I got some hours in Beat Saber. How about my games? Maybe I could have just looked up Beat Saber by itself. I have 71 hours in Beat Saber? Is that good? I feel like I kind of gamed a little bit. If we're at that many hours, that's legit. Side quest survivors. Deep Rogue Sea. Someone said this game was actually kind of okay. FTL meets boats. I guess a spaceship is basically a boat in the air. So it makes sense. Hmm. 50 plus hours in a VR game is pretty impressive. No motion sickness. I get more motion sick playing Phasmophobia than I do playing Beat Saber. Beat Saber just makes me like physically exhausted and sweaty. But I haven't played since probably like, will it say? Yeah. Coming up on 2 years. So I'm like super out of shape. Literally, I'm out of shape. Size. I feel like projectile size is kind of weird in a game like this. Yeah, Phasmo VR is super janky, but if you can get it to function, it's actually very good. Like one of the like quintessential reasons to have VR is Phasmophobia. Would I consider Phasmo a roguelike? What's the game that just we saw it just the other day, which is basically Phasmophobia if it was a roguelike. If not literally Phasmophobia, but make it a roguelike. I should have wishlisted it. Crap. That's so bad. All right, let's try. Let's check wishlist. I don't think I added it. No, definitely not. So yeah, I don't think Phasmophobia is a roguelike because it's, not to say it's a solved game, but it's pretty formulaic. So it's almost like you're playing a, I don't know if I want to call it a puzzle, but it is like sort of as if you're playing a puzzle that's gonna play out, and it's up to you to do the puzzle properly, compared to a roguelike where like there's no telling what's gonna happen. I mean, I guess there's some telling if you have enough hours. Popular upcoming. Yo, we got the level 4. Damage Molt. Still don't know how to get these stars. Don't even know how to get new weapons. So, like, we have all this size, but what am I supposed to do with it? Like, that really does nothing. Was the game somehow removed? It was under popular upcoming. Now I see a bunch of AI games. Maybe the game actually came out. Maybe that's the problem. That means we're back in most recent. Just scrolling. I watched Olexa's video. His I'm not proud of my videos video. And he mentioned that it feels like for all the roguelikes he's pumping out, basically every day, it feels like he's just pumping out slop. And as I scroll through, If slop is the only thing you have available, then what are you supposed to do, right? Yeah, I can't find the game. It's fine. I have been, like, on the lookout for anything that's supposed to be a horror roguelike, and it seems to be extremely difficult to produce that kind of game. What ends up happening is that it's a horror game where there's, like, essentially permadeath. You'll die, and then you simply have to redo whatever that story was again. And that, to me, is not what I want. I want some kind of choices. I think that's the big thing, is I want choices. So let's see if we can find anything in here. Wait, you can't really search for horror in here? Is that a subgenre? All right, let's try this. So Clover Pit, Inscription, that's all the popular stuff. New and trending. Kyosho, a one-hit kill game that embodies tension and sense of relief. That sounds like something. Could be Unity assets. Nice little Dark Souls revival. Does not look like it runs very well. It's probably interesting for maybe like $3, $8. I don't know if it runs at all. That's the thing I'm most worried about. House of Necrosis actually looked like it could be something interesting. I do have it on my wish list. I believe it's turn-based roguelike with a little bit of Resident Evil and or a lot of Resident Evil. I mean, like, obviously it's horror setting, but I would also like to get panicked sometimes. Wait, it's now FF8? Wait, what? What was that? Aim cone. Interesting. That looked actually kind of interesting. 95% positive. Holy smokes. Chat, we might have to check that out for another VeeDotVod. Oh, I think I watched AliasBot play this. I think?
Time to die.
Yeah. This game looks sick. Like, actually so good. The only issue with it is, like, if you tune in without knowing what's going on in the game, you will never know what's going on in this game. I feel like, at least with Inscription, you can see that it's their cards versus your cards. And, like, you might not understand why one card beat another one, but I feel like when you're initially looking at this, there is no way you understand what's going on. Alias like this one? Yeah, this looks incredible. Just hopefully it's, like, not that hard to really, like, showcase to the viewer what's going on in the game. Wish list. Chat, we're wish listing today. Conquer, good to see you. Giga wishlist day. Oh, this is the one that we were talking about. Mixed. No, how is it already mixed? 19 reviews. Might be mixed because you can't get a game. I feel like I'm not actually killing the first boss, by the way. It, like, gets to my character, then just disappears. So, like, what I would like in a horror game roguelike is I do want this. Somehow the map has to be procedurally generated. My build sucks. I knew this stuff was garbage. Like, projectile size is actually a useless stat. I don't know why it exists. And, like, there's almost no improvement on the actual projectile size. Almost like Repo, right? So Repo, the map is procedurally generated. Same thing with Lethal Company. You essentially want that, except not just, like, find money and bring it back. I kind of want to kill zombies, or do, like, Phasmophobia, where, like, there's something haunting the area and you have to exorcise it. I don't want to just, like, the same friend slop situation. I don't want to just extract with money. Though I kind of feel like nothing's actually happening. I also don't want it to just be find the key and fix the generator simulator. If the roguelike portion of it is just where's the oil can, where are the fuses, that's also not great. There's gotta be something better we can do. Releasing in mix is a rite of passage? I don't know about that. I feel like that's what a dev who would say I could not release my game without it being mixed would say. There has to be a better way. All right, what's going on? It nails the atmosphere. The ability to tweak how your investigator to be better, I guess that's the roguelike part, is actually cool. In comparison, we must look at the gameplay loops of the two games, being this one and what's the other game that we're comparing it to. I'll preface this that I have haven't been able to do any of the roguelike mechanics in this. Both games focus on gathering evidence to figure out the ghost. The primary difference is that in Nox, you also banish the ghost. In concept, this is easy, and even with punishments for getting it wrong, it's still a process of elimination. The problem lies in the evidence. In Phasmo, you can remove evidence as you find or fail to find certain types. I am also aware that the spirit box is currently bugged. Motion camera is iffy at best. EMF being a perfect item in Phasmo is flawed here. See, like, I don't mind this stuff. Speaking of hunts, the ghost hunts in this game as well. Starting with a loud musical sting. The ghost enters a seeking phase looking for a player. Upon seeing player, it activates the hunt. The ghost then advances toward... The fact that this is, like, super formulaic. Like, this person has 8 hours in the game, and they know exactly how the ghost functions. I feel like that's also, like, a problem, right? Crap, my idle game. Like, you wouldn't want the player to, like, get that deep of an understanding of the mechanics of your primary feature within 8 hours. Or worse, 2 hours. If the player has a crucifix out, they burn over the course of around 5 to 10 seconds. The ghost can still grab you if it's not fully burned. After a few moments, I feel like I just played the entire game from looking at this. It almost feels like the game probably has a good skeleton, but the meat and how well it, like, shows off its premise is probably where we need to do some upgrades. I'll still wishlist it because I still want to see it. A little bit unfortunate, though. But see, that's the problem with, like, horror plus roguelike. There's always something wrong. Devour. That's one of the best Exorcist games. We have some hours in Devour. I say we because that's family game night. $14 hours? It's not bad. Not bad. Something light. What will you choose? Life. Wait. Is it basically Russian roulette? Is that the entire game? With upgrades? Oh my god, it is. Isn't this just buckshot roulette? Or am I tripping? I mean, it's probably funny. Just to say that. Yo, we need that. See, like, how do you unlock legit anything in this game? Chat, I don't know if idle games are for me. I feel like as I'm doing this, I'm not getting anywhere at all. I haven't even killed the first boss yet. And I have all this stuff that, like, I haven't unlocked. And I guess it's just a matter of time, but... It's already been 50 minutes. How am I not level 5? that might be about it. Back to popular upcoming. Night Shift at the Museum. Hidden object game plus roguelike. With a little bit of Find the Anomaly. I feel like there's too many things in this game. Could play some Devour myself. I do have it. Don't have a PC. Just your phone. Devour mobile. I feel like that defeats the purpose. I think Devour might be VR as well. I have to check with Airless to see if that's something we've done in the past. Yo! Unlocks Ascensions. But I haven't even beaten the first boss. Maybe these are Ascension points? Alright, let's go back. I think we've exhausted all of the horror-themed roguelikes. I can't imagine there's much left in there. Moonlighter is actually doing kind of okay. I haven't left feedback in their Discord yet, but I am still planning to do that. We got Wretch Divine Ascent. 1v1 tactical auto battler with roguelike elements.
Another gaudy outfit.
Huh. Yo, with backpack... Wait. It's backpack battles? Except it plays out like a fake fighting game. That's incredibly interesting.
Your desire exceeds your purse.
Is it literally backpack battles?
Embrace this borrowed power.
I'm not mad at it. My only problem is, like, for the fighting game look of it, I do wonder if, like, anything fighting game related actually matters here. For example, attacking high, attacking low, going behind the enemy, stunning the enemy, like all of that kind of stuff. It's gonna be interesting. I have a sneaking suspicion none of that stuff matters. Which would be super unfortunate. What about Elden Ring? As in how many hours I have in Elden Ring?
We bear witness to thousands.
I think we beat base Elden Ring in like 120 hours before Erdtree. Erdtree, I don't remember how many hours it took. Backpack Battles X Wretch. So the Backpack Battle devs are fully aware of this game. This is out. 82%. I'm like kind of intrigued. Already 2 million battles. I'm kind of subscribed to that. Oh no. Alright, anything else before we start up Hell Clock? Umi game? New co-op roguelike? Co-op rogue slop?
This world was doomed long before you arrived. And yet, you want to save it.
Umi game. Or Umigame. I'm subscribed.
Come on.
Looks a little bit too fast-paced, if that's a thing. Fires a continuous flame that builds heat on enemies. When dying or at max heat, they combust, dropping flame essence that grants a burning effect on hit. Fires straight projectiles towards its target. I feel like there's a lot of damage on the screen. Maybe even too much damage. But we'll see.
Now, let's finish this.
I see it. I see the vision. And it is co-op. It's weird to say, I just feel like... Oh, maybe there's not that many attacks coming out, actually. I think the monster attacked both of them once each. Classic pick 3. Is there any roguelike where the pick 3 is less than 3? Or more than 3? Like, what happened to 2? But I guess you've never heard all good things come in 2s. Wow, GG. How many Wuxia roguelikes have I played? What's a Wuxia roguelike? Is that like a subcategory that I don't know? I see the idea. Warm Snow counts as one? Have I played any Warm Snow likes? I'm sure I have. I don't know if I've ever heard it called a Wuxia. Wow, apparently Wuxia is a lot of stuff. Could you explain what Wuxia is? Chinese fantasy like? Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of those for roguelikes. One of them is a popular auto battler. I don't know how it's doing right now. Wait, is it Wuxia? No. I never ended up giving it a try because I felt like it was probably way above my pay grade in terms of how much time I want to have invested in it. My library is so big. It's like I'm trying to scroll through my Steam library to find one single game that you may not have the name of right in front of you. My expectation was to scroll through until it jumps out at me. And I think I'm making it worse. Yo, there's games I need to revisit in here, actually. Uh-oh. All right. Chat, I think I've seen enough of Desktop Defender's idle game. I understand that it is an idle game that you come back to and, like, you've gotten stronger. Weirdly enough, I feel like I'm not getting strong fast enough. And that can't be the case. It's gotta be that I'm actually too impatient for an idle game. This might be up one of you all's alley. But I might be all set. How do I leave? All right. It's a nice try. We're gonna next game it over to Hell Clock. Another world premiere. This thing got a couple of massive updates, and I have not played them in a bit. So we're gonna revisit this with a fresh save file and see how it feels. We can finally get out of just chatting. Finally, V's playing a real game. And Brazilian. Welcome to our second major update, Movement Revamp. Please be aware of significant gameplay changes. We recommend starting a new save file. Full patch notes are available. Shoutouts to devs putting patch notes linkable from the game itself. That's so good. Other games require you to go onto their Discord and just get told that there was a patch. Actually, I play this game keyboard and mouse. What am I doing? Grabbing controller. Yo, I could just make another file. Holy. So there's two different game modes. There's campaign with hardcore and veteran. You want to streamline the experience without too much friction so you can learn as you go. Interesting. A new take on ARPG plus roguelike in-game progression. Start fresh every time with increasing difficulty. I think that's what we want. Remove the timer. Makes you more powerful whenever you die. So this is like almost like Hades demigod mode. I feel like I'm supposed to hit veteran here. Watch me load this up and just immediately die. So for those who haven't seen this game, it's gonna look like a third-person action roguelike, but it's a little bit more than that. Can you actually finish a run in Hell Clock? Yeah, absolutely. The game actually starts to measure you on how quickly you finish runs. So the overall current gameplay loop for Ascension mode is you play up until... And maybe I shouldn't have done Ascension. Maybe I should have done Campaign. You play the campaign as efficiently as possible with like randomized stuff, and then once you win, the world is wiped, the difficulty goes up, and then you do it again with fresh stuff and like a little bit of saved progression in between each time. But all of your gear is gone whenever you do that. So the run itself, you probably can't complete in one sitting. But you have to go through like up to first boss, then up to second boss, then up to third boss. So here, it's saying that you only have 7 runs to defeat the boss. Show them your true potential. So that's like the Ascension version of the game. However, if we were to do campaign instead, veteran campaign, there's also hardcore, but I don't think I like the hardcore mode. So campaign,
Continua. Onde
you
estou?
go through the campaign as expected, but then when you win, the world tier goes up from normal to like a higher difficulty. Was I doing Wasta before? I don't think I was. Because they just added the ability to walk and attack at the same time. That's the move update that they just did.
Filhote do cão, deixa a dona em paz.
Você o anti.
Casa do conselheiro.
So with hope,
Como é possível estar aqui?
I might be able to like breeze
A
through
santidade desta casa foi
the
profanada.
campaign. I don't know. I partly feel like I should be playing Ascension mode.
Que tormento é este?
Like if you know the game,
Guiai meus passos.
you have 7 runs to make your build before the world is essentially wiped. It's interesting because you as the player have to decide like which one is the right one I'm playing, and how would you know if it's the wrong one? But this gives you access to just about everything already. You start off with no gear, no meta. We have all our starting abilities. Oh, you can choose any build you want. That's impressive. So you're starting like level 1. You have no more runs remaining in this ascension. Talk to Benta to ascend and try again. What? They did add to the constellation map. So I believe as you're doing Ascension mode, you're getting free constellation points. And you can start off with 4 constellation points. So like if you have an idea of what direction is your most efficient starter, then you can do that to start off with. Oh, okay, so I have to do this part. Resistance down. Enemies attack and move faster. can't do gold gain. This costs 2. No, I have no points left. So we're down on Fizz Res, down on Lightning. I don't think you have to change that every time. This looks a little bit like a Darkest Dungeon. I could see that. But it's not gonna play anything like Darkest Dungeon, I can tell you that much. Oh, we have to do this part. So added life. And then supposedly you can reset these now. Fizz and fire. Fizz and plague is up here. And some evasion. I know there's like mana stuff there, which is like not terrible. They said they buffed melee too, but we'll see. 100 points to respec. You would respec based on like how difficult the runs have been going for you. A little bit of barrier. All right. So we have 7 runs to win. This looks like a lot of things, but I'm sure it's actually fairly simple. I hope so. I hope you're right. Knife generation speed. We don't want retaliation damage. We are on a timer, by the way. Though I feel like we do actually want to kill because we want XP. I forget what this can give you. Global buff is skill mana cost down. I'm actually okay with that, I suppose. All right. Time to water a streamer like a Nintendog needs food. Do they even make Nintendog stuff anymore? I feel like the only thing kids know about Nintendogs is it's a trophy in Smash Brothers or something. Either way, welcome on in, Toby. More dash speed that we don't need. I got a weapon. I think it automatically equips. They said they were gonna work on the randomization in the game too. They felt as though like the game's not randomized enough for the map layouts. So that would be a nice thing to see. You're playing Samira? It just happens to be that that's what we have right now. Like I said, the way how the game functions is that your starting build can be actually whatever you want. But then what build you ultimately start to go with depends on what drops from the boss. And that's where the roguelike part comes in. So it's almost like the campaign itself becomes a roguelike, because you actually cannot play whatever you want. You have to play what shows up. So it's this choice right here, and we could re-roll it. Split shot becomes a single bullet, deals physical damage. Multiply by projectile count. Whenever you ignite an enemy, gain a stack of labaredas for 2 seconds. For each stack of labaredas, split shot gains projectile count. Interesting. How long does labaredas last? It doesn't tell you. Oh, 2 seconds. Interesting. Spectral Knife Bounce is always, like, very easy to play. Works on every build. Blunderbuss is also very good. This seems new, though. Corruption Fragment. So all of these fragments, that's new for the game. It's currency, like you would imagine from Path of Exile. Fizz Bleed. We could have gone Fizz Bleed, but I think Fizz can do other stuff. I keep getting everything that I don't need. Nothing for spin. Got a jacket. Like your average deck roguelike made into an action game? What it's supposed to be? And sorry, I feel like I'm yelling. So what it's actually supposed to be is an ARPG like a Diablo or a Path of Exile made into a roguelike. Which I guess, like, in a way, deck builders are a little bit similar. Where, like, you're trying to make something ultimately that focuses on one goal. So the thing I picked up where Ignite gives you projectile count, it could be that my goal is to be able to shoot with projectiles, but we have to do the Ignite. And we have to make it seamless. Yo, the UI? The UI is so much better. We keep resistance, and we recycle this. Resistance is always better than evasion. We finally are getting damage on this thing. Base damage, melee skill damage. So again, we got something for projectile. There may be a world where we go melee instead. Just because of what we're finding. Is this done? Okay. Nice. Yeah, so they made the UI for the things that drop so much better. Now I can see if an item gives me time or not. I can see that we're getting fragments, which are currency. The only thing is we still don't have, like, pickup range. In a game like this, like, having to go back and pick up gold would be really bad. But I think that's meta that we can unlock. Big fizz damage, but I got no money. I had $2 away. There we go. So this part right here, this pick 3 is local to this attempt only. So when I go back to town, all of that stuff gets reset. But my actual gear and my abilities do not reset. So the gun I picked up that has melee skill damage, that's permanent. Unless I want to get rid of it. I need cooldown reduction. Wow. You know what? I think I like Ascension mode. because I don't really want to do the campaign again. I just feel like it might be a little weird to reset the entire world. I guess so long as I don't lose. This already feels really good, though. I mean, I'm a big fan of this game anyway. So it looks like they're moving in the right direction. I don't think we want life regen. I can try Hell Clock based on that description. If my screen is just exploding with numbers at the end of the run, I'm happy. Yeah, that's the goal. And to be fair, I haven't played this on the new PC. My old build actually would not run on my old PC. Oh, wow, that is actually hurting me. That's a new mechanic for this difficulty. The fact that it makes a pool on the floor. We'll keep the melee skill. Gotta keep the resistance. Casting Passage gives you max conviction. Passage is a move skill, I think. Spectral Knives regenerate mana. That's important. Mana cost is really nice. Alright. Well, we made it to second... No, this is not second biome. This is just floor 8. I believe it's 20 floors. 3 bosses. And a final boss. This is really good.
Minhas orações foram ouvidas. Agradeço por esta dádiva.
Really, the big test is this biome. If we do damage or not. We're okay. Could be better, obviously. Get off my chest. That's why I say the Buster when I wake up every morning. Get off my chest. But, worst case scenario, you have a cat that doesn't want to interact with you at all. So, it's fine. It's tough out there. Hits reduce fizz, $9,000. I don't know how attack speed functions with this. It is an attack. I remember in their patch notes they said attack speed scales things that are tagged as an attack. So it must work. Buster? Yeah, he's back there right now. Plotting, I'm sure. We have cooldown reduction on dash. We gotta start using it more often. Area would be very, very nice. That's my last yellow I can get on that skill. So I don't know how much damage I'll still be able to find on this. Down damage. I feel like I definitely didn't play Wazda before. Max life. We have no lifesteal at all, which is a problem. We have to rely on health pots to drop from the monsters. and dodging. I don't know if I can kill this boss. It's a little bit of a DPS check. Always go for the elite.
Este artefato irá me ajudar a acabar com
Alright.
os inimigos
This might be where we
do
die.
sangue.
It's not the most melee-friendly boss. Oh my god, we're so freaking dead. Well, we made it pretty far. For the first run of the Ascension. I'm stuck. Alright. That is well beyond what I thought. Usually I would make it into the biome and not be able to kill anything. And we have a bunch of stuff. Okay. So, potions? Oh my god, the game has potions. Been a long time since I've played. Equipment stash. We can try to bring in Fader's Slash, which can ignite. Do I really want to do this? We're using a lot of mana right now. And the ignite thing only lasts for 2 seconds, which I feel like is not much. Okay. I don't remember how to do this. We need Reliquary. We need these. They're all up top. Gotta get gold gain. So we got the first one. Could do base damage. And then not worry about this just yet. Because we don't know what the build actually is just yet. Upgrade cost reduction. Oh, we're all out. Okay. So we got a couple of side pieces. This is the new thing. Whenever you ignite an enemy, gain stack of labraderas. We have mana regeneration. We have currencies too. This. Tool of Tinkering replaces a relic's affix chosen at random. And then we have fragments of the other ones, not full pieces. So, like if we see something we don't particularly think we need, we can just remove it. Activating Prayer of Health adds an aura that deals 85% fire damage. Consumes your life per second. Can kill you. That is certainly interesting. It's Righteous Fire. Huh. But Prayer of Health heals you, right? Am I tripping? 3% life regen per second. When you activate it, it heals you instantly. Is this a thing? Is this sewer slide? Gives you fizz resistance. Move speed, fire resistance. This doesn't do fire damage to you. Oh, it does. No, it doesn't. It just consumes percent life. Kind of wish this did actual fire damage, so it was reducible. Alright, we'll try this. Phantom Marksman Tech. Disorientation. I have $1,000. Convert Holy Rosary to physical, add bleed. I think that's a spell and not melee. To be fair, like, the only melee we have is this thing. Oh, we got upgrade stuff. What am I doing? So this thing gets an upgrade for sure, because the mana regen is actually super nice. 1,000. This adds to the fire damage it deals. I wonder if this can ignite. In the case that I don't even have to do my Fader Slash, I could just walk around with Righteous Blade. Huh. Those, like, Righteous Blade's not always active, though. Duration. Gives us more mana. That's the E. Can literally just walk into enemies, and they just die on the spot. But it doesn't last forever, so we need duration. Damage resistance on activation. I wonder if this can grab duration. Like, maybe we skip that. I've never ran this thing before, so I have no idea what it does. I can tell you the Righteous Fire version of it's very impressive. It can ignite. I don't think we're doing this at all. So I might opt out of the melee thing I have.
Uma recompensa para os defensores do caminho da luz.
Mana cost. Life per second, that helps counter the life I'm losing. So I think that's worth. So we might be looking for Purifier. So I shoot 3 bullets normally. On 1 ignite, if I ever ignite ever. On 1 ignite, it's 4 bullets. Oh wait, this thing does fire damage? Oh crap, it does fire damage. It can self-ignite. I didn't know that. Passage leaves plague damage. Double Knives gives you move speed converted to lightning. In the case we want to go pure elemental. Spectral Knives hits give you move speed and melee attack speed.
Este artefato irá me ajudar a acabar com os inimigos.
Could maybe
do
consider
Monte
full
Santo.
elemental. Opt out of our entire, like, physical setup. We do still need cooldown reduction. Why am I not picking this stuff up automatically? Excuse me? Yo! I know it's first biome, but this ain't half bad. Can't click that? Oh, that's probably the curse shrine that I've already done. Surprised it's there if that's the case. Health on kill. I think that's okay. We're probably now at the point where E won't kill me. This does a surprising amount of damage. There we go. We need cooldown and duration.
Recompensa para os defensores do caminho da luz.
And fire damage at some point. I like being able to just walk and kill. The less buttons I press, the better. Elemental. I wonder if they changed this to give you access to all elements. I think previously each element was its own little tree. Beautiful. It's poetry in motion. Couldn't ask for a better look than this.
Fé no Belo Monte me trouxe instrumento iluminado.
Buff duration. That's why we skipped the other yellow. And at this point, oh, loot bug. It's almost like who cares about the life aspect of it? It's just there as a fire aura. And that's it. Increase damage of area of effect skills. 25% compared to 20% fire damage. I hope that works. All right. You know, my E actually didn't do that much damage at all. Because I guess it just does damage over time. This again, closed body. Could potentially look for a better one of these. Veil of Quills, I think is a poison thing. Old Bell damage increased by current mana. Lasso applies lifelink. That could be interesting. Alright, so this is where we died last time. Oh, actually, we made it through the biome. We died to the boss. The mini-boss, not even the main boss. Ooh, we may have messed up by getting the area damage thing on E. Maybe it had to be fire damage. Because I don't exactly know how that functions, if at all. That thing's fire resistant. See, we don't care about this anymore.
Minhas orações foram ouvidas. Agradeço por esta dádiva.
I feel like I've gotten nothing for my dodge. No cooldown reduction, no nothing. Alright, so we need this. We're gonna save. Could have maybe gotten move speed, but we aren't dying for time. We're dying for damage. I don't know if that's still worse than the actual whip. I think if all 4 bullets hit, it's pretty good. Ow. We have so much life regen. We might be able to just brute force the mini-boss. I'm gonna guess one issue with this, the Righteous Fire, is that it probably cannot scale. Like every card we pick up, I don't think the cards actually help out the Righteous Fire. It's all just duration and stuff. We skip here? Well, I guess I could get this. We don't have one. I still have enough money to buy the next fire damage that we need. This is where we died last time. We will remember to use the health pot. I forgot all about that. It's my bad. But then my damage was awful anyway. If you're wondering what the difference is damage-wise, we were playing without any relics at all, and now we have relics. Look at that. Already half, and I'm taking no damage. It's like night and day difference.
Artefato de ascendência divina.
But now we're gonna get another power spike. I don't know what that is. Uh-oh. Interesting, interesting. Perhaps bad. This is where we could die to time. This doesn't matter. I might have cooked it. I probably should have taken the Fader Slash. just feel like the projectile on the bullets has to be a better stat than doing the melee.
Belo monte me trouxe instrumento iluminado.
It's so hard to tell. I think the whip is better. Go, go, go! Taking us so long to kill anything. Alright, we hit damage. Floor 12. Actual boss is on floor 14, I think. We can't miss any chests. We can't skip elites either. Yo, that's an upgrade.
Irá me ajudar a acabar com os inimigos do Monte Santo.
No time from any of those. We gotta kill stuff because kill is XP. This is a dead end. I probably should have skipped this area. That's 10 seconds I might need. $7,000. Dang. I don't know what else is in here. Oh, there's probably a cursed shrine too, so there may be a scenario where I couldn't do the boss anyway, because I have to do other content. Go, go, go! Yeah, wow, this really does not scale. I don't think we crit. Uh-oh. I cooked it. I can't fight those. Another chest at the bottom. We got time. As I waste time trying to figure out if I picked it up or not. Cursed Shrine, we have to do it. Because, like, if I get to the boss and I skip this shrine, I don't think we actually get the credit. So I'd have to come back here anyway. So we may as well do this now. This is going to give me more consolation points, which ultimately is the roguelike progression for this ascension. Okay. Thought to say, wait, I do 0 damage. Unstoppable. Try the gun. I'm using a health pot. The lightning aura is actually destroying me.
Uma recompensa para os defensores do caminho da luz.
Maybe the gun is better.
Minhas orações
Well,
foram
crap.
ouvidas. Agradeço por esta.
At least on like single target, which is kind of weird. But the fact that the gun doesn't pierce, I think the gun's actually better on single target. Technically, that's a good amount of time we just got. Okay. Winnable, perhaps? Floor 14. Boss. I am not getting through that shield. Oh my god, I didn't realize the new mechanic. I just stood in those bullets. I thought that they would go past, like, just out of the fight. I did not know they actually just rotate around the boss. I didn't expect to beat the boss anyway, so I'm not upset about it. But that was really anticlimactic. Okay, so we could head towards lightning side. Ideally, we don't want to dual scale, but may not have the choice. Casting Lasso spins Dawnlight stacks. Each enemy takes 50% of your base damage. Multiply it by Dawnlight stacks. When you apply Ignite, gain a stack of Dawnlight. Alright, so we're going down the fire train, I think. I guess there's a scenario where you wait to see what was in here. This is new. When under the effect of Prayer of Health, you have a chance to trigger second win when you would have died. That's kind of cool. I've never seen that before. Repeater could be even better for single. And opt out of split shot. We have increased projectile count on Ignite. But now I feel like I want to just opt into Lasso instead. And not even do the split shot. We level that up later, I believe. In here. Skill. Skill blessing. Cost. Maximum skill level is down here. So we could get 3 points of melee. No, only 2 points is required. Get this, which is a massive power spike. Head back up. And start working towards that reliquary. Requires 20 points? Can't banish? Oh, I'm out. Okay. So we could opt out of this completely if we aren't going to be pressing this button. Chance to avoid death. Shock intensity. We have rerolls. Upgrades a common relic into a magic. Upgrades a magic relic into a rare. So, like, if I had something really good, fire damage lightning res to magic to rare. We hit Blight. That adds a whole new element. Imbues a relic with an implicit Fury affix. If the relic already has an imbued implicit, it replaces it. I don't know what this is. And it seems as though it can go on anything. Life on kill. Okay, so implicits are not the like special affix that's up there. It goes in its own slot. Chat, why am I already invested? What in the world? I just like the game. I don't know what else to say. I do genuinely think the game is fun. 14% chance to trigger. We did that. We now have level 2 skills, which does affect our mana cost, unfortunately. I don't know what to put here. Brute is automatically summoned and will revive by itself. Cost 100 mana. Wonder how bad that is. These also do a little bit of something. Could slow time. It's another defensive layer. Kind of like crowd control. This affects duration. We're probably gonna get destroyed by mana cost, by the way. Oh wow, that actually scales the fire damage. That's super interesting. Some of the guards also good. Be able to just walk around with them shooting. Because like ideally I just want to set and forget on that button. Look at the mana cost. That could be a problem. Resistances have a cap, I believe. We are nowhere near. 8% lightning res. That's Plague. Bombardment now follows the player, increases damage. I think we chill here because we need to do upgrades on some of our skills. All right, so now we're down to 5 runs to beat the game. Oh crap, I should have checked to see if I could get like more duration and stuff on this. Because each individual skill I have how do I look at my stuff?
Sinto que a sorte está do nosso lado.
C. So each individual skill has a global buff, depending on how many points you've put into it. So this is a level 3 Fader Slash. It does an extra 2% global damage. This gives you evasion. This gives you mana cost. This also gives you damage. And this gives you Fizz Res. So I could be looking for something that gives you cooldown reduction. Or maybe area of effect. Crit damage. slow intensity is kind of nice. I think we need at least 1 point of this. Because it does drain our life. Help. Oh yeah. Everything's gonna die just because we put the level up in our skills.
Uma recompensa para os
Most things can't
defensores
survive
do
that.
caminho da luz.
The only issue with leveling up a skill is the mana cost. We have only one answer for mana cost. And even then, our Q does physical. I think there is a version of this that does lightning damage. But I don't really have the space to do it. But yeah, the updates to this game so far are pretty good from the look of it. I think the only thing we're waiting on, they're working on an endgame system, which is supposed to be like mapping in Path of Exile, where you're going through content and it scales like as you keep going. Judgment becomes persistent. I don't remember what judgment is. I think I have to check.
Minhas orações foram ouvidas.
I did see the
Agradeço
other
por
stuff
esta
for builds I
base.
used to do in the past, which was Call the Guard.
Velho Belo Monte
Basically,
me
I can
trouxe
summon
instrumento.
ads that all do my basic shot, which ends up doing like really, really good damage. Eventually it starts to lag me out, but it was quite strong. There's some monsters back there. I don't know if I'm gonna go back to that. I certainly could. I think the way how the game works is that you would go for whatever build shows up and then play that out. I just don't know every build yet. Skill speed compared to attack speed. I thought they tried to change anything that has an attack to be attack speed. So what in the world do we call skill speed on a weapon that's an attack? I've returned to my wrestle with German internet. This game looks super solid. They did a fantastic job with it. We can do mana here. I think on release, it was maybe a little bit too in its own world. Sometimes a lot of, especially roguelike games, struggle with, oh, like, we as the devs, we know how the game's supposed to play, but then once it's in people's hands, the opposite happens. The player plays it wrong in the eyes of the dev. And now we have to go back and make changes because of how people actually ended up playing. This is part of the mana tree. So they've done a lot of updates. For example, one update was they felt as though people were dying a lot and not progressing. So they added a feature where, like, when you die, your character gets a little bit stronger. Almost like the reverse of Hades. I think that is how Hades works. But either way, like, once you start winning, the game scales back to where it's supposed to be. And they call that more of a roguelite mechanic. And even I, like, when I first played this game, I was struggling to figure out how I was supposed to win. Everything seemed way overtuned. But it's because, like, I didn't know the devs' way to win. And now, after playing for a little while, I think I got it down packed. We just end up dying because I make a mistake. Like, every re-entry into the dungeon should be faster than the last one. It should never look exactly the same. If it does, something's wrong. Ignited enemies deal less damage against you while you're under the effect of prayer of health. That's super good. This is the spectral knife converts to lightning damage, so we need both of these. Cooldown reduction. That's essentially move speed. Life per second, big. Life per second. I feel like we ideally don't want to put any more points in the prayer anymore, because it's all going to be life or duration. Well, actually, we need duration. We got cooldown reduction, but it's not persistent. Like, we don't have just infinite duration yet. We have a downtime. Downtime equals bad. And the whip be doing damage too. Sitting pretty right now. Oh, they do individual damage. Could maybe do one reroll. We did not hit fire. I'm okay with this. Just to try to get, like, persistent aura of HP. Persistent righteous fire. Dang, 13-second cooldown still. Not enough. Do I care about mana cost? Good enough, I guess. I haven't done my slow aura even once. It's like unnecessary. Didn't even do it for the first boss, he just vanished. We are clearing these dead ends. It only takes us like 5 seconds to do so. And we're not really hurting on time right now. Oof. Our size is really good. We have persistent Q. Like, as soon as it wears off, I can press it again. And get more knives. It's definitely not our primary damage, though. Spawns a temporal distortion that lasts for 14 seconds. All enemies inside have their move speed, attack speed, projectile speed reduced. I feel like this is broken. That monster looked exactly the same as normal. Especially the projectile speed. Like, the projectile shouldn't even get out of the bubble. Okay. Gotta get back to the boss. The boss has to actually die this time. Or else we're not progressing. Every run, you gotta go forward. Sure. If only that was doing elemental damage. It'd be so nice. Devs, if you're out there, I still don't know what these little things are. Those orbs. Like, if I could hover my mouse over it and see, that would be very nice. Alright, we got fire damage. I promise the damage has gone up. It may not look like it. You're gonna have to take my word for it. Uh-oh. Something's wrong here. Big damage. Maybe that's all we need. I feel like my time's not that good right now. Attack speed. It's part of the move speed tree. You could get like extra time from the meta, or skip the next area, get XP. I think I'd rather get banished first. The music gets so intense. Please! Freaking dead end here. We have to reroll, I think. I mean, we've been pumping damage into this. Maybe we just keep going. It's giving us global damage too, so I'm sure it's fine. Just keep the life. Not really doing conviction, which is like a energy shield. Anti-magic. So magic damage reduction, but minus max life. Evasion up if you hit with a marksman skill. Just straight up melee damage. I kind of like the idea of this, where like, okay, I have Prayer of Health, so percent life is like not that important. But I can't skip just straight up melee skill damage, right?
Irá me ajudar a
And it's
acabar com
small.
os inimigos do Monte Santo.
All right. Maybe the monster action speed is slower, but the projectile speed is certainly not slower. I still almost died. It put something on the ground, and that one effect almost killed me. Spectral knife, move speed, melee attack speed. I imagine that's okay. Shadow Dash gains melee skill tag and does double damage. I don't know if I have space for either one, really. I think this is more realistic. Okay. So, we hit a PB just now. Third biome for the first act. Seems as though I do damage. More cooldown reduction. But we're just not finding duration. It's not nothing. Wait, did I pass? Oh wow, I just skipped this.
Uma recompensa para os defensores do caminho da luz.
But you can kind of see the flow of the game. You have to increase your damage. That way you can actually survive the clock. But then you also need to not die to the monsters.
A acabar com os inimigos do Monte Santo.
Damage. Like, you could skip all the monsters you want and probably make it to the boss, but then you won't have any XP. So it's a fine balance. Oh, wow. Projectile count. It's only 9, though. I don't think we're scaling Ignite. Technically, I'm not trying to do crits either. So maybe this is a thing. The bleed part is kind of weird, though.
Objeto de grande.
We'll see it.
Sinto que a sorte está do nosso lado.
It's better than crit. Crap. Gotta do the curse shrine. No thank you. Life Leech. I didn't know I had Life Leech. That's like really good for this early. I mean, I have my own health built in with prayer. Maybe I don't actually need Life Leech. Just whipping them.
Belo monte me trouxe instrumento iluminado.
It's like I'm tickling them with a feather.
Artefato de ascendência divina.
Like, this is what I imagine
Minhas
an
orações
ASMR
foram
looks like.
ouvidas. Agradeço
Just hitting the
por
microphone with this thing. Someone's falling asleep to that. Maybe even falling asleep to it right now. We should have the rest of the... What's it called? Fater's Lash. We should have the remaining part of the constellations for it. Closed mind... No, closed body recovers mana. Spell hits grants a stack of resilience. Does this thing do a spell hit? I don't think it does. When you evade an attack, gain a stack of Counter Strike. Bleeding enemies deal less damage. Repeater does more, but costs more. If we want to go back to the ranged combat. I don't think we do. I'm eyeballing anti-magic minus life. We have damage reduction built into prayer. I think ideally you run minus life with conviction stats. Conviction is like an overshield. But I feel like anti-magic is a little bit interesting in this kind of game. Where like maybe you're not taking physical damage as much as you think you are. Most of the damage is some kind of magic. This is like not awful, I suppose. More knives equals more damage.
Minhas orações foram ouvidas. Isso presta.
Ow. Ow. I can kill this. Oh, snap. I feel like I just got rip ears, though, when that thing died. Convert Holy Rosary damage. Double Knives no longer slows you. That's the spin to win. Convert repeater damage into fire. And we opt out of Fader. It's interesting.
Este artefato irá me ajudar a
We have to go back to projectile count.
inimigos do Monte Santo.
We can look at both. I have no idea which one's gonna be better. Yo, Courtney. Ortney, good to see you, by the way. I don't remember if legit any of you in chat did play this game. They've done multiple updates, so that's why we're here today. I am perfectly okay with being the only one who played it, so I can show you all, okay, yeah, the game is a recommendation. I think I would have recommended it day one, but I could see why some people may not have stuck with it. But the current iteration of the game, I think, is quite good. Just tickling. Tickle build. What y'all know about the tickle build? What are you doing? See, if that's all magic, I feel like most of the damage I'm probably taking is magic damage. Like, this guy's never gonna punch me, right?
recompensa para os defensores do caminho da luz.
Long Shrine. Corrupted Tool. One roll is a corrupted tool. It sounds incredible. I do not. My concept, you don't like to run like hen without a head. See, that's my secret. Running like a hen without its head is how I actually want to play whenever I can. If I have to think, then something's wrong. Like right now, I have to think between life or move speed. Technically, this is the running part. It's like all my money gone, though. I'd rather have the life regen. Let's do one reroll. I guess attack speed's okay, right? Attack speed doesn't work on my garlic. But works on the tickle. Oh yeah, you couldn't move and attack at the same time before this patch. So Fader's Slash was actually so bad. Now it's functional. I didn't consider that. I think I could probably kill the boss if we have time. We're on floor 19. I have like 4 minutes. Loot bug. Usually the loot bug is a good indicator on if you can beat the boss or not. I killed it, but it took a while. Interesting. Ooh, trigger chance on this. That's sick. Less likely that I die. Fader's Slash. More damage, costs more. Could be legit.
Sinto que a sorte está do nosso lado.
Oh crap, there's a floor 21. We're still at 3 minutes. We'll be okay. We did get duration on the aura, so now it almost has 100% uptime. Almost. It's not quite there. Beautiful. Chillin' right now. Skill projectile count. Unused blessed gear behavior sent to storage. So I guess I have to recycle this stuff from storage. That's new, I think. Hits reduce fire res. Wow. Got the regen. Alright. We made it to the boss of Act 1. I can kill it. We have infinite uptime on the orb. Oh, those actually hurt me. These things rotating around them. Ads. Health pot. Wow. Defeat the head cutter in 7 runs or less. That was not that terrible. Potions give you conviction instead of life. That could be like kind of interesting with Prayer of Health. Assuming we're never actually using a health pot to heal myself. We just want this to do it for me. Wowee. I know it's Ascension 1. But that worked out a lot better than I expected it to. Devs, there's like a sound thing here. There's like something right here making a noise in my headset. If I move over here, it's on the right. If I move over here, it's on the left. I don't know what that is. I don't think it's the portal. Alright, complete. Damage taken from the last 5 hits, all fire damage. But I don't know if this is magic or not. Or if it's physical. Oh, wow. 8.9 million from Prayer of Health? Oh, wait. 100 million from Fader's Slash. That's interesting. So I guess this is the idea that the bosses themselves have like millions of HP more than the individual monsters that you walk by. If we assume that this is like every biome monster. Plus some bosses. That's a kind of nuts number difference. I almost feel like that's not accurate. All right, so it's gonna put us in Act 2. Previously, it would just throw you in, but now it actually lets you buff up first. All right. Before we do this, I'm gonna take a quick break. For those who haven't seen this, this is Hell Clock. New update was this month, I think. Let's double check that real quick. New update 1.2. That was Saturday. Wait, what? That was like 3 days ago. Chat, this is brand new world premiere content. And I would say I actually like it. Reviews right now, 8784. Does it show the chart? I think the chart is only on SteamDB. But either way, like, I genuinely think I like the game. But we're gonna take a quick break. And then when we come back, we'll do a little bit more. Either way, I'll be right back. Let me actually refill my drink. I know the timer's done, but I'm gonna get a hydration or something anyway, and I have like nothing in here. So give me like another 20 seconds. Much better. Chat, for those of you seeing this game for the first time, what do you think? And for those of you who've actually seen the game before, does it actually seem better? Off topic, love my hair. Thank you, because I haven't done anything. Not shower day, wash day for my hair specifically. Today's Tuesday. I could probably push it out to Thursday. And that's like one of the worst days of the week. Oh, Thursday's Thanksgiving. So it's either like I have to do wash day tomorrow, or it has to wait until Friday. And like waiting until Friday means that it's gonna be probably a 2-day endeavor. If doing it tomorrow means that I probably can't have webcam on tomorrow. And then doing it on Thursday means I have to somehow get my hair done in like 3 hours, which is not possible. This is easily like a 6-hour endeavor. And like right now, this is the aftermath of, what, like a week? If you've ever had a conversation with anyone who has like natural hair, wash day, you usually leave it to a professional. If you have to do it yourself, it's awful. Even worse if I have to retwist. 6 hours, easy. Oftentimes, I'll leave it over the course of 2 days. Wash the day before, put in like several pounds of product, and then the next morning, I'll spend the time doing all the retwisting. I'm sure for some people it's fun, but it is a lot. Alright, we're working towards Fader Slash up here since it seems to do good damage. Oh, snap. Defeat the first act boss. So now we actually get this. Casting Lasso. Spends all Dawnlight stacks. Each enemy takes 50% of your base damage multiplied by Dawnlight stacks. This scales with the skill level of Lasso. That actually might not be super impressive, but maybe I can replace slow time with Lasso. Gotta recycle this stuff. It's one button press. That's so dangerous. I should definitely be able to just recycle on pickup and not have to worry about some kind of logic determining do I want to keep it or not. Okay. That was actually a lot of points. Base damage, bleed chance, mana, tier 2, but so is ours. Phantom Marksman has Fizz Shred. Bombardment deals plague damage. This is heads or tails that we already have. We'll buy it, see if it gets better stats. Yo, we got giga points right now. Banish. I'm actually a big fan of Banish. 7 points. I need 2 more. I feel like I need resistances. Potion capacity, that's a funny stat. Okay, resistances are right here. Technically, you could try to, like, work your way up and get them. But I think we'll do it this way instead. Oh, wait, hang on. 1. There we go. That's not greedy. I can still get resistance. And then I think you put the points in Fizz resistance, actually. And then you get that. You don't touch anything over here. We probably won't be touching these. Oh, the Death Defiance would be nice. I could probably work down and grab this. Because, like, we have life regeneration. I think that's the way to play it. Okay. So we got that. We now have a couple more slots. We can start recycling things, too. Because some of this stuff is never going to see play. Don't even have to read it. We're already well beyond this. Yo, we're even on page 2. What in the world? Everything must go. All the grays. Click. Okay. We did get a new heads or tails. This has soul stone gain compared to plus mana. Does this re-roll it? Oh my god, it does. That's like so nice. Faith affixes, Fury affixes. Things like life on kill. There's now Corrupted tool. Unpredictably modify a relic, corrupting it. Could be good or bad. I don't know what you would even want to see on corrupting this. Tool of Locksmith locks a random regular affix on the relic. Locked relics cannot be removed or replaced by any tool. So if you really, really want to keep like a giga roll on one of the tools, you can try to lock it in place and then roll around it. Let's see if this hits anything. Okay. Respectable. I'll take it. I have a lot of currency. But we don't want to put too many points in this because it doesn't really do much. This is where a lot of our damage was kind of coming from. We did hit this thing here. More damage on Fader Slash, more mana cost. Fizz damage is worthless. We did hit Repeater as well, but now I'm kind of invested. in this. You can hold shift. Crit. The mana on kill's not that bad. It's interesting. We probably need the mana on kill, too. It's like, do I want to corrupt it? Or do you wait until the next one to show up? Melee skill damage, plus mana, plus bleed chance. The bleed chance is worthless. It's nice. I kind of cooked it. Uh-oh. Fire res gold gain. Might be the best we can do. Corrupt it. I don't know what changed. We lost the gold gain, I guess. I can still upgrade it, which is nice. So now the whip actually does really good damage. We still want to see... Oh, this is the judgment thing. It looks like judgment is plague. We did get this. Enemies deal less damage to you. Lasso applies lifelink, and now we have like a reason to press lasso. Fire damage. We can keep the mana regen. What else we got? Oh yeah, the anti-magic. Spectral Knife, increased move speed. Did I not get the lightning damage on Spectral Knife? So we're still looking for that. I mean, technically it is doing physical damage. Alright. So if we run this thing, we're gonna go from 3,600 life to 3,100. That's not that bad of a drop, if you ask me. See if we can get rid of the plague damage. It's like not hitting what I needed to hit. Let's see what one of these does. Marksman skill damage. Useless. Alright. We gotta replace this thing. Lightning res, fizz res. And then start leveling stuff up. Oops. It's like, what else is actually important? I guess we can try this. Okay, skill book. We bring in lasso. I think it could be a level 1 lasso. 20% chance of bleed we don't care about. We only care about the stun. We run it over slow time. Okay. Get ready to lock in. Act 2. Why am I in Act 1? I went to the wrong area, that's why. Alright, that's my bad. 11 runs. I think I'll respawn into here. Alright, that's my bad. Alright, chat, false start, false start. Funny enough, if you're playing on hardcore, you have to do that manual descent or manual ascend, like whatever it is, just to leave. I meant to go this way. All right. Kind of big. It does appear that we do damage. That was the life link. We gotta get all of our duration back. So I can, like, banish that. I don't think we want to waste this on skill speed. You only get one epic. So if you think about it, that one epic could be like 30% damage or something. I hate the flying monsters. I feel like they're a time sink to go back and try to kill them. I can't move! Distance? Kind of helps to get that out of the pool, too. I think I got all the items. See, sometimes the stuff falls to the floor and doesn't come to me, but other times it does. Yo, I like the sound design on there being a chest. It hums. Alright, Curse Shrine. So the build's not awful, but every time you go into the new act, you kind of have a small reset. It's not a full reset, because I have all my gear. But everything I did in the previous act is basically gone, as far as like making the duration increased or the cooldown reduced. All of that stuff is gone. Yeah, we have to worry about mana cost. A little awkward.
Minhas orações foram ouvidas. Agradeço por esta tarde.
All right, not bad. I think I do probably have to change out the spacebar into something else. Is this game actually good now? I think the answer is yes. Even just the UI, like when items drop, they made that look better. So now you have like a good idea of what's actually dropping from stuff. Like time, for example. Time being the most important thing. Being able to attack while moving, super nice. Because like melee technically you could say a lot of melee skills were bad because you couldn't necessarily walk while using them. Some had that built in, but like it reduced your move speed. Now everything has a little bit of that. And then of course, with build making, we now have a bunch of tools that lets you like lock in affixes, you can re-roll stuff. You can make things from common to rare. Wow. I'm not doing campaign, I'm doing ascension mode. Maybe that helps out a little bit. Duration. Alright, we got a good start so far. Famous last words, I guess. I assume all of this is magic damage. Beautiful. Rosary split shot. Lose 10% of your max health and 10% of your current conviction per second. Deal a bunch of life damage and conviction damage as physical in an area around you. This can kill you. Wow. That's certainly interesting. You would have to have a lot of health regen. And like, I know we have prayer, but if you don't have max uptime on prayer, this just kills you. A new one of these. I guess I can check this. I feel like passage actually can give you cooldown reduction. Oh, snap.
Para os defensores do caminho da luz.
You can add bonus affixes to stuff. So, like, I added a random life on kill, which I'm sure is massive, but there was probably other exciting things you can find. I would dare say I like the game. Long story short, he likes it. I wonder if any skills give you size. I wouldn't mind size on the Righteous Fire. You don't need cooldown. I guess duration's okay. So tired of buffing my daggers. Like, they're kind of just there for mana generation. But I only ever get damage for them and no one else. Low key, it's annoying. But I can't get rid of it because it's a necessary part of the build. It's like the game knows what I want damage-wise. Actually, I'm a little curious. Do we even keep the Prayer of HP Righteous Fire tech if it can't scale? I think there's a real argument that you get rid of it at some point. It's a good ignite source, I think. But I don't know if the damage ever goes up. Like, I can walk through the monsters and they will die eventually, but they don't really get one-tapped by the Righteous Fire. Which I'm sure is, like, kind of hilarious to be upset that I'm not one-shotting stuff with a fire aura for free. Like, it's okay on small monsters. Loot bug. Life evasion. It's a lot of life. Tier 1 to tier 3. I think you have to do it. But I wish I could just recycle this.
Este artefato irá me
I hate having to go
ajudar
back
a
to
acabar
town
com
and
os
get
inimigos
recycled that
do
way.
Monte Santo.
So yeah, this is probably why the Fader Slash is like doing the most damage, because I actually have to hit the button. Compared to everything else where I could just like press it and walk and the monster dies, I have to actually use Fader Slash on normal monsters. That is not good. A lot of elites. For some reason, I am not getting the life link. Failing the dice roll every time. Every time I use Lasso, it's supposed to link the monster's HP with a nice little icon. It appears to be a lot harder to do that than I thought. But otherwise, we're chilling. Yo, I can't see the mini-map. I mean, not the mini-map. I can't see the, like, overlay map. I have to hit tab, but look at the opacity. Can I fix that? Mini-map background opacity. Is that this? I would call the mini-map the thing up here. Okay. That's better. It's funny that they called it mini-map after I just said mini-map, but I thought that was a mistake. Alright, more damage. This mini-boss is not a problem for us, I think. As long as he doesn't disappear. Oh, yeah. It's like if you were a single target build and he splits and you don't know which split is which, I could see it being a problem. Mana shield. Oh, this is the Prayer of Health thing that we're currently using. Fader Slash, consume ignite on monsters, dealing damage of all pending ignite damage as a fire hit. That sounds incredible. I don't know if I crit. 8%. Holy crap. Okay. Fader's Lash is coming into play. We didn't know that's what the build was gonna be. The devs knew. Uh-oh. This is a bad sign. Maybe I do need Ignite Chance. Ignite Chance is essentially a DPS increase on Vader Slash, because it just adds an Ignite. Wow, I was so far behind on cooldown. Chillin' right now. I fear the lasso is worthless. Like, I've yet to have a situation where I pressed the lasso button and I thought I popped off. The stun is nice. And, like, maybe you can get stun duration or something. Fire resistant. Oh, no. Okay. Well, when they're fire resistant, we do no damage. Surprise, surprise.
Uma recompensa para os defensores do caminho da luz.
Happens to anyone. If this was Wizard of Legend, you all would say that this is perfectly fine. That took a lot of time. I don't know if we're gonna make it to the boss. We are not net positive on time, I think. Damage. Yo, Penta, how far did you get in this game? Or did you not pick it up at all because you thought to yourself, yeah, ain't no way this is doing exactly what it says it can do, which is a roguelike ARPG. Or maybe you watched me play it and you were like, living vicariously through V? I don't need to pick it up myself. I'm chilling in the stream while he is climbing through ascensions. I think we might be going Ignite Chance. Just have to find it. I don't know where Ignite Chance is on the tree. Yo, we're sweeping them up. Swiffer build. Or Roomba build. I didn't grab it at all. Yeah, which I can understand. I'm almost of the right mind. So you all know I post, like, first looks of roguelikes on YouTube. But I almost wonder if I need to start doing reviews, especially, like, post-patch. Because the game could come out. We don't hear about it for a while. And I end up not playing it again. So then, like, how do we answer the question, is the game good now? Maybe even have that as the title of the video. Is the game good now? I mean, this is more mana, but I feel like we're pretty good on mana. It looked cool, and I like the idea of self-contained high-level PoE 1 simulator. But there was just a complete picture that was missed. And for you that technically may not be in the game yet, it may be their next patch, I think, which is the end game mapping system. It's like the Abyss or something like that, where it can like scale with lots of different areas. They said they were gonna almost double the amount of maps available, because right now you go through 3 maps per act. 3 acts total, so 9 different areas. If there's 18, I think that'd be a really good spot to be in. Wait, I have $17,000. So that might be like part of the thing you're talking about. They missed the detail here, because like I'm just doing the campaign over and over again. And for Path of Exile players, that's the worst part of the game, right? Why would I ever want to do campaign ever again? And then a new season comes out. Wait, I might actually lose. I'm out of time. I don't think I can get the mini boss to spawn in 30 seconds. It might take me 30 seconds to even kill it. Am I down on damage? $20 seconds? Mini boss does not spawn? Oh wow, I got time from something. Alright, there's the mini boss. Alright, can definitely kill it, but we gotta fix our DPS. We're definitely behind. Whenever you leech life, get a stack of bloodshot, giving you melee skill damage. I wonder if I actually have to heal the life leech. I'm almost at the right mind to like hard reroll until lightning spectral knife shows up. Slowed enemies are exposed. Oh wow, ignite damage up. Killing ignite will make their loot always attract to you. No range limitation. Wow, that is quite interesting. It's ignite damage, so technically we want to see that. But oh, I guess you want to walk away from them. They'll die to the ignite, and then the loot automatically goes to you. We aren't doing that right now. That shows up on the potentially the next run, if I want to use it at all. Yeah, I guess the other part of it is like, for someone who wants a single player, like self-contained PoE simulator, how interesting is the roguelike part? Like you're doing a dungeon, and the dungeon is like die and retry, just like any other roguelike. But you need the PoE part in order to make yourself stronger. So I could see someone saying, V, I do actually like the build making in this, but I don't want to do the pick 3. When I die, I would like to be able to go somewhere else if I want to, but you can't, because you have to do the dungeon until it's done. It's a lot to think about. Repeater does more, costs more. 14,000. So we probably hard roll for something good. Marksman skills that deal physical to an ignited enemy does a fire explosion. Do we want to splash in the guard in replacing the right click? I just don't know how this scales either.
Este artefato irá me
It
ajudar
sounds
a
interesting.
acabar com os inimigos do Monte Santo.
I kind of take or leave the roguelike stuff. You've been desensitized to it. That's fine. Understandable. Every game says it's a roguelike. You could be Wuthering Waves, you could be Umumasume. Does it really mean anything? The most important part is, can I make a PoE-like build? The roguelike part is secondary to it. That's just a container. A container where my specific Path of Exile gameplay resides. Yeah, all of that loot's still down there. So we don't have global reach. I could rush for the boss, but it's on floor 14. So there's no way we can get it. Actually, it would have been smarter if I did this instead. Like if this was equipment. Alright. Good push, though. I don't know if they did any updates, but I remember being able to one-shot this with some builds. I'm not saying our build's bad, but I could definitely see it's not just like I'm flying through the game and not doing anything at all. Alright, so we have the last point of this. Lasso that I might actually take out of the build. Ignite chances here. There's a completion bonus. Ignite. Ignited enemies do reduced damage, fire resistance. Ignite duration. Ignite scales with crit damage. That's exciting. We need more blue. Where do we find blue? One there. Yo, Goban, good to see you. Conviction in here that we don't care about. Mana. Gain 2% mana shield for each active power orb. Power orbs are only from here, I believe. Oh, we could go here. This is easy. I can't. We need 2 green. Completion bonus here. We might have to do it. Oh, there's one here. Oh, that's beautiful. All right, we now have access to this tree. Let's go down one. Ooh. I think they're planning to make single point respec. It's like I almost don't want to do it because it's gonna take time. Oof. Was it that? Yes. Okay. Is this the new update? The constellation map? No, this was always in the game, but they did add to the map. So I think it's like 22 different things you could be doing. You can respec. Again, like, the way how this plays out is you have some idea of what route you're gonna go with the build in the beginning, but then you have to make adjustments on the fly as stuff shows up. So essentially, what I'm playing started off with some fire damage, and that was it, and now it's like really honed in on the fire damage. Am I already playing the new update? Yes, this is from the 22nd, like only a couple of days ago, which is really cool. We can always find a better weapon. Actually, there should be better weapons in here. Projectile count. It's very expensive. Reroll until a better one shows up. Bleed and ignite damage? Oh no. Just flat base damage. Probably better than the percent melee. Alright. Enemies affected by slow time become oiled. Damage instantly ignites oil damage. Or oiled enemies with double intensity. That could be very strong. Crap, I have like no space for all this stuff. I've just added so many different things. $25 of 40. My god. Alright, we have resistances here. We have to get second wind. Melee leech. I know we saw some leech stuff earlier. I think I'd rather get that. So we can go 3 here and go down to avoid having to get this life regen that I don't want. %50 chance to protect you on death. Not 100%. 50% chance. That's interesting. I feel like that wasn't the case before. I guess for the most part, like, you aren't gonna just die to damage. You'll probably die to time. Okay, there's so many things I want to bring in. If we powder bag, this is coming out. This thing's worthless. That means I probably want to run right-click Phantom Marksman as just a means to activate powder bag. I don't think they have infinite duration. No. Summon the guard. Okay, this is infinite duration. So I can probably run that. Let's see if there's a better dash. Passage. Cooldown speed. I think there's only 2 dashes in the game. Which is a little unfortunate. I wouldn't mind if there was one more. Alright, empty space. Oh, we need this. Vader's Lash consumes Ignite. So this is like a good base for the build. I'm willing to drop some of these. Fizz damage we don't need. I don't know if this rerolls it. I'm assuming no. Mana cost down. That could be something, because we do have mana cost up. We can't do the fizz damage. Okay. Good hit. I wonder if you can lock that in. I don't have any corruptions anyway, so maybe it doesn't matter. Dang. I'm broke. We gotta recycle. Devs, I need a faster way to recycle. There's quick move. That doesn't help. Spacebar doesn't help. Enter works. We aren't running any gray. There is this down here to be able to turn common into magic, but it's like, what's gonna be on a common that I would want to ever bring up? I guess I have to start paying attention. Like, if it has actual good stats, maybe we do bring it up. I corrupted this. Oh, maybe it dropped as corrupted. That would be interesting. And this has an implicit. It spawned with attack speed. But I don't know if we care about the other stuff. Crit chance, mana regen. I have mana regen already. If I could re-roll the shock status thing, this could be good, but we just don't. Probably don't want to touch that. Oof. It's a fun little mechanic. Like, I can see what they're going for here. So, like, lightning res, maybe you go ahead and try this. You hit fizz res, but it's only 3%. That's the normal roll for tier 1. But I don't have any, like, better ones anyway. That oil. We'll try this next time. Yo, Goban with the 5 biddies. Let me show you how good this build is, Goban. We're gonna put you on game right now. The goal is to be able to walk through. Well, hang on. Maybe I want that hat. Because the hat is ignite damage. Yeah, we're not getting much for stats on that. Cooldown speed's kind of whatever. It does help out the E. And this does sound fun, like 40% more ignite damage, a bunch of other stuff too. All right, let me put y'all on game. So now we hope to be able to walk through and everything just dies without me having to necessarily interact with it. I feel like I see some interaction requirements. We gotta get stronger. Now I have all this Catholic guard stuff. Area on this is like kind of interesting. It's like, can y'all kill a little faster, please? We're fine. I am getting nothing but Catholic guard. Uh-oh. I think the way some people play this, they'll actually run with less skills. That way the game doesn't, like, force stuff to show up. I feel like it's a very good strat. But I would rather have all the buttons until the devs decide what they want to do with that. I would assume that's where Banish comes in. But banishing one pick 3 doesn't banish all the pick 3s of that option, of that skill. It only banishes that one single option of that skill. So, like, if I banish bonus damage for Catholic Guard, I assume bonus damage doesn't show up at any rarity. Or, like, Rage Duration, if I banish that, my assumption is that no more Rage Durations of any rarity will show up. Because I still want them to activate the ignites. I firmly believe in that. Famous last words, I guess. We might need some ignite chance eventually. Otherwise, like, the first areas of this biome is super chill. Like, we can make it all the way to that first, or even second boss and be okay. More damage. I kind of wish I would see the fire explosion from the powder bag. I have no idea what that's supposed to look like, if it has an animation at all. I think most things in this game have some animation. Yeah, sweep the streets every now and then. We're being a good citizen. Cleaning up.
Objeto de grande. Sinto que a sorte está do nosso
So I see Ignite activating and then falling off fairly quickly. But I don't think we're activating Ignite often enough, which is a problem. Summon the guard activation buff is replaced by double the amount. This used to be the build I did run in the past. Summon the guard and then all the guards do split shot. But right now, we have to hit Ignite. There is ailment that we can find, and I usually skip it in favor of more damage. I might try ailment on this run and see if it helps. Brother, that one cactus. Look at all of these! And these! When did I even banish? What did I even banish? Maybe I need more banishes. It's the only way. Looking good. For such a sunny desert, I feel like the music here is really depressing. So this is what I would normally get, which is damage. Damage is good. Oh, it's ailment duration. I don't think that helps us. I thought it was ailment chance, which is a lot more attractive. I do technically have to put points in spacebar to get cooldown reduction, global cooldown reduction, which is actually useful. But for the most part, we have to get past where we were earlier, or else that's like a sign that the build's missing something. That's the basic flow of the game in general. Try to get past where you died. And we only have so many runs to do so. We have 10 runs remaining. Oh wow, big duration. That should help out massively. Big fire damage. So many birds. Are they even chasing me? I hate the birds the most because it's like they fly off the screen and I feel like I'm just missing out on kills. Like, look at that. Imagine being melee and having to deal with that. technically, the ignite enemy drops are sucked in. Doesn't always work because a lot of the monsters are no longer ignited when they die. The marksmen are eating the ignite. Fader's slash is eating ignite. Whoa. Freaking shotgun. So I'm still leaving gold every now and then. It's probably not as bad as it used to be. Three minutes. 4.5k. Can grab the life regen and just wait. If we hit that, it's like GG. That was better. Freaking vanished. Yo, Navocado, good to see you. This is Act 2 from Diablo 2. Is the music just as depressing in Diablo 2? See, we aren't doing split shot. Prayer of Vengeance we're not doing. We're doing Prayer of Health. We did get this before. I just don't have space for it. Now we're losing money in regards to save for 9k. And look at these. They're just in my way. They don't want us to be great. Alright, so we got hung up on this map quite a bit. Just gotta keep moving. No dilly-daddling. So the Phantom Marksmen are not a reliable source of killing. It has to be ignited first. And like, I'm not really getting very good sources of ignite. Let's try to pump this up a little bit. Work on our cooldown reduction. I've been avoiding upgrading the teleport because I don't need it. But in reality, it actually does help out the fire aura. Like one of the major details in this game. I'll chill. We can get 9k, I believe. The game likes me. Already down to 3 minutes. Even if we lose, we still have 10 runs left. It's probably fine in the end. But I gotta say, 3 minutes left is not a good sign. We will get more inventory space, I think. Depending on how well I do. I don't know, maybe the marksmen are a problem. Alright. Took me a long time to get through this section the first time we were here. The monsters just don't walk forward. So freaking slow. Oh wow, big cooldown here. We might have 100% uptime. We do. That's so nice. Where's the boss? The boss. Where's the boss? We absolutely need Ignite Chance. We have both of these. Alright. We gotta move. It's the same thing. Alright, go, go, go! Alright, this is already a prog U. How's the game treating you? I remember seeing this when it came out, and it seemed a little bland. So, they have been doing updates. This is currently update 1.2. I would like to say that they solved a lot of problems that the game had early on. I, of course, did like the game already. I have 30 hours in this. I can say that if you were to revisit it now, I think you will actually have a good time. Yo, Speedy, good to see you. Welcome on in. If you didn't play this before, and you were to try it now, I still think you would have a good time. Like, if you're a roguelike fan, I think it's pretty good. If you're an Exile fan, I think it's a good, obviously you could play Path of Exile, but maybe you want to try something else. This isn't a replacement for it. This is essentially a, you know, simulator. Exile simulator. And sometimes that by itself, I think, is a fun game. But of course, I think their next update is going to be that end game content that I think people are really looking forward to. This game certainly has a style, I can say that. Oh yeah. I could honestly do this all day. Good to see you, by the way, Speedy. Quick shout out, Speedy, a long-standing member of the community. We don't need the bounce. We don't stun. I don't want to go below 9,000. Activating Prayer of Health gives you that fire aura. So we can still do Righteous Fire, but we're hoping to find, like, better versions of it whenever we can.
Minhas orações foram ouvidas. Agradeço por esta dádiva.
And we're still using Tier 1 relics. I don't know if Tier 2 shows up at this Ascension level. Alright, now that we have like 100% uptime on Righteous Fire, I think this is already much better. It just sucks because I want a full clear like that. But I think we're still not all that great on time. See, like that? Oh my god, having to walk back for that's awful. It's because the monster wasn't ignited when it died. Alright, we have 10k. Yes. Alright. Chat, possibly winnable. Feels like yesterday I was watching on how to leave BC2 and joining the stream for the first time. So that was from YouTube? I thought you were just randomly going through on Twitch. Actually, I thought I rated people in the Dead Cells category. Either way, it doesn't matter. Shoot, we might have to skip and go for content here. We don't need more cooldown. Right now, all we need is to move, I think. We do want to kill elites, though. Yeah, that was plus 30 seconds. We got some corruption tools. Another 30. Okay. We're stabilizing. I believe the first video I watched was a top 3. Found us through Dead Cells. That's what's up. Ow. Oh, wow. Oh my god, that killed me. Crap, we haven't died in a long time. I died because I blinked into the thing instead of using my, my mouse. I actually threw just then. That was all plague damage. And my plague resistance is probably 0. Oops. I mean, it's still prog U. And we have plenty of runs left. We aren't low on runs. For those who don't know how this game works, because it's a busted build maker tester, like it is testing your ability to make a busted build. Oh, my ignite chance is awful. You only have so many runs to actually beat the final boss of the act. And that was not the final boss of the act. That was actually just the second boss. So we actually had another like 10 floors to go through or something. Yo, Wander, welcome on in. Yo, back to back on raids. Wander, what were y'all doing today? I know I saw you earlier on Moonlighter 2. I don't know if that was like all the agenda or if you had anything else lined up. Right now, we're trying to do some Hell Clock. It's a revisit of the game for update 1.2. A lot of fixes that we've seen, including UI fixes. We're doing the Ascension mode. Of course, the campaign's still there, so everything's been like pretty good. Doing Moonlighter and Planet Crafter. Not familiar with Planet Crafter. Was that a first look? Or is that already a like Wanderbot seal of approval kind of game? If y'all happen to be able to let us know. We need Ellie Res. 43% plague resistance, and I still got bodied like that? Holy. Incremental planet terraforming sandbox. Gotta be top 5 incrementals right now. I can't say that I've played a game that's actually tagged as incremental. I'm sure there's an argument you could make where, V, maybe this is incremental. You have to get that plague resistance up every death. That's incremental. I can't say that I've actually played something called an incremental game. Today, I tried to do Desktop Defender, which is an idle incremental game that plays, like, in your... like, wherever you put it, because you can click and drag it, but it's on your desktop over top of whatever your program or Word document happens to be. And not that I didn't like it, I don't think it's for me. The idea, because what we were doing was we had Steam new games up while Desktop Defender was going, and I would rather just look at the new trailers and ignore the Desktop Defender. It's really positive, like it has very, very good reviews right now, but I don't think I have that level of whatever you need to play that while also doing something else at the same time. Incremental is not the tag, I think, for Planet Crafter. Yeah, I guess like I said, and like Wander said, you could say anything's an incremental if you try hard enough. Have I ever tried Norp? Certainly doesn't sound familiar. What in the world is a Norp? The Norp Apologue. Idle. Does an idle game have to be an incremental game and vice versa? Or no? Like, this doesn't look like an idle game to me. Hit the rock, strike the rock, hurt the rock, crush the rock. Oh, and every time you hit the rock, you get minerals? So the whole game is like, how do you get like the most minerals possible per second? With a talent tree? I've never played Cookie Clicker, no. Chat, I'm telling you, my pipeline for games has so much stuff removed. I missed a lot. So it went from, you know, console games to MMOs to, like, kind of back to console a little bit, and then back to MMO, and then from MMO to roguelikes. Ultimate Paperclip is the best indie game, indie idle game. What's the one that has like a bunch of different games in one? I bet if I go to Olexa's page, because I think he had it up. Yo! Conquer giving to Mra. Yeah, is it this one? No?
Activated, but
No, it's not. I know what I'm thinking of, but I don't know the name of it. And basically, you're building up the mini games within the game itself. Cauldron. Holy crap, y'all are experts. Is this not the best incremental game of all time? I know y'all were talking about Norp, but this has to be giving it a run for its money. It's a little different. I thought you were talking about UFO 50. Probably does have an incremental game in it. Yo, Murrah, paying it forward. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. I have not played any of these games, but I think if I were to play one, this one is probably at the top of my list. I know you're saying it's probably not the same idea as Norp, but it reminds me a little bit of, oh my god. So, like, we play so many games, and we end up in these situations where how do you just recall one of 1,000 games at any given point? Hang on, hold. Bone Razor Minions. It reminds me a lot of Bone Razor Minions, where the actual game itself is to make the game harder or better. Like, you enhance the game itself rather than just, oh, you do extra damage or something. It's like we are adding monsters, and the monsters are giving us benefits for adding them. And I feel like Cauldron kind of fits that boat, but this is more on, like, not necessarily survivors, but definitely more like arena survivors. Yeah, Void's Vigil is the same dev as this game. I think I prefer this over Void's Vigil, but I didn't get very far. Just to say that. I have more hours in Bone Razor Minions. But they're all, like, super good games. I don't think this would count as incremental either. But clearly, my chat, you all have very good taste in games. Especially games that I have not clicked into myself. Alright. Chat, we can do one more attempt. We have to make the build better, though. Ignite duration is not the problem. We need cooldown reduction. We need a way to get more ignites out more often. Four points. We are nowhere near this. Nowhere near this. So we will not get the extra reliquary size. We're actually able to get skill that technically should be enough to beat the next area, in my opinion. That's gonna kill our mana. We could pump up life more. Could get more Death Defiance. I just feel like Death Defiance is not a stat you should invest in. Oh, we did think about more Banish. Reduce the cost for Blessing Redraw. Red Portals. We don't have Red Portals at all. That could be worth it. That's more of a speed thing. Do we necessarily need speed? I feel like the answer is no. Only cowards plan for dying, just don't die. There's a timer, a DPS check, essentially, that we have to worry about. If we can't beat the game's DPS check, which is essentially the entire dungeon, then we can't really account for just don't die, just be good, except for do more damage. It's like this right here, this is a useless artifact for us. It only gives 15 fire. So like maybe if there's a way to bring in Poem and then try to like hard roll for fire somehow. Ignite, that is. That means we probably have to take this out. This is damage reduction, but technically, if you think about it, we're removing ignites from the monster. So they aren't really ignited that much anyway. So it could be something like this. We have a lot of tools in here, including locksmith. We could try to lock the fire damage. If we don't hit fire damage, we freaking scream. If I hit max conviction, that's gonna be so bad. Oh snap, we hit fire. Okay, is there any flat fire damage or is it all percent based? I believe you have a base damage. So like right here, we have base damage. Our fire damage from my aura, I don't know how that scales. I don't think it's a spell. I don't think it's melee. I think it's its own thing. Because Prayer of Health does not say it's a spell. Other things do. So there's nothing that just increases the damage of prayers. That's like not a thing. We could search fire, but I think the only thing in here is fire resistance. Just right here. So we're wholly reliant on base. Holy hell, dark meta. It's interesting because you're not expected to get this entire tree at all. The only things that you're expected to get is up here, like this quadrant, and this quadrant. This is skill level, and this is inventory space. Everything else in here, if you think about tiny rogues, everything else in here is a playstyle choice. So like, am I gonna get move speed to get evasion, to get crit chance? No. I don't have crit on aura. Move speed is like, there's an argument there where move speed helps reduce the time constraint, but instead I can get time additions up here with red portal and like literal timer. There's resistances here. If I feel as though my build needs defenses, right now we're just opted into physical and all res. This is like an option. Couple that, and I'm not saying that you're wrong, it is a meta tree, but it tries to make it in a way that like, as you're doing the game, because remember, once we win, the entire world gets wiped on Ascension mode. We would go up to the next Ascension, and everything is reset. We may not even have a fire build anymore. We may have to go Plague, because that just happens to show up. So right now, this is like the other side of a quote-unquote meta tree, constellation map. We're getting life regen, fire damage, ignite stacks. We're going to continue to get resistances right here once I get more constellation points. So The only thing in there that I would say is like actual dark meta is inventory space and not skill damage, but skill level. And that's because this is like required to beat the game. I already have, what, maybe 2 points in inventory space. You cannot realistically beat the game with base inventory space unless I'm just bad. Getting skill levels in here, this actually increases the fire damage ideal, but now I take more life per second from my fire aura, but it's incredibly strong. So, like, our main DPS abilities, we increase. We're gonna take out some of the guard. We're gonna run slow time instead. We probably only need a couple points in it. We still need this for mana generation. And then we need this for movement and cooldown reduction. 2,000. Can do some level ups. Oh yeah, we hit this. So we need to use rerolls here. We locked in the fire damage, so that won't change. We don't want max conviction. Don't care about mana. Mana on kill, there is an argument there. But we have a mana generator. Plague res? 54. It might actually have to stay. Level up. Everything is level 2 except this. Fader's Lash consumes ignite on monsters and deals 5% of the pending ignites damage. All pending ignite damage. As a fire hit. Only 5%? I feel like this is almost a DPS loss, but I guess the idea is that you can do the 5% now compared to waiting out the ignite's duration. Interesting. We could corrupt. Do I have a duplicate somewhere? Yeah, this is the new one I got. Crit chance, conviction we don't care about. We got something that gives, like, ignite. I think it's the constellation. Where ignite scale on crit chance modifier or something. But we don't want conviction. I'm gonna drop a Tool of Fury here. No, that's already done. Probably here. Life gain. 15%. That's interesting. I want to try to corrupt. It's like not bad. I don't quite know what corrupt actually gives you. Like, do I want to add to this first? I think it just re-rolled. I would say it didn't do jack squat. But maybe that's legit. Alright. As I said, when we go in, we will most likely be able to get Prog U here. Because we just added a bunch of skill damage. We just worry a little bit about our mana generation and mana spent. That could be very bad. This is actually kind of BS. This gives you evasion. Huh. Alright. Yeah, my chat is gamers. Oh, I'm waiting around, killing freaking birds that don't matter. Oh, wow. 20-second cooldown? Don't tell me the cooldown goes up per level. That's gonna be a problem. I fear we may be in trouble. Like, one whip kills these, but whipping requires me to actually press a button. And sometimes walk backward. Like that. That's awful. I think this is what red portal's for. Huge. Alright, winnable. Yo, this is a melee problem, actually. I think it's the birds. The fact that they, like, spawn behind you and not ahead of you. It's not great. Mana becomes mana regen. I don't think we need that. And we don't need biz damage either. Just wipe them out. We don't do physical around here. It's elemental only. But I think the mana tree might have cooldown reduction in it, so maybe that was a misplay. Anyway, yo, Marzi, good to see you. Been playing Where Winds Meet and having a good time. That's the... Basically, it's Way of the Samurai, but I'm sure for normal folks, they would say it's GTA. Like ancient Chinese GTA. How are you liking it? I was watching a buddy of ours, Data Dave, play it. And then, funny enough, there's a hashtag ad to play it as well, but I don't think I have a time slot for something like that. There's our damage. Sections like this without area of effect size, it's a lot slower for us. And we're like pseudo melee. So it's like, as a ranged character, I could just blow up this entire thing. But I think every ARPG has that problem. Whoa, corrupted tool. Y'all hear the sound design of that corrupted tool drop? Spectral knife, convert to lightning. We technically need this, but I'm so far away from being able to utilize it.
Uma recompensa para os defensores
So far
do
away.
caminho da luz. Belo
Alright, get me out.
trouxe instrumento.
It's more like Genshin, Dark Souls, and some other stuff with GTA inside. I didn't vibe at first, but once you look past the jank and see what the game offers, it's super fun. Yeah, I did see combat, but I assumed that the combat was not why people played the game. It was because you basically just do whatever you want. You can play mahjong with NPCs, you can cook. There's probably relationship building for all I know. funny enough, right click with Righteous Fire does kill. It might be a 100% chance of Ignite. The game overwhelms you with stuff a lot. So you wouldn't necessarily call it like a life sim. Obviously you aren't like going to the bathroom and showering unless they do have that, which I don't know. But a life sim as in like you travel to different areas, you can sit down at a restaurant. There's random just stuff to do that's not necessarily combat. Couldn't open that chest to save my life, literally. So I have something where if enemies die to burn, I get the drops no matter where they died. And I hope it's working. I didn't get any of this. Well, maybe it wasn't ignited. You can build a house. You can have relationships with people. There's bounties. You can use real life money. On what? Skins? What am I spending my hard-earned dollars for? And where wins meet? And if you're spending money, that's fine. I'm just curious. Like, where is the money going? Cosmetics are actually incredible. Yo, that's what's up. That's the future, chat. You may be like worried about microtransactions in the next Destiny game, but it's cosmetics. No one really worries about pay to win nowadays. Now it's just FOMO when did you get the last swimsuit skin before summer is gone. The day of pulling out your credit card to get an extra 10% chance at something to spawn, I think those days are over. I can't believe that lasted. Like, I know it died relatively quickly, but I thought it would get blown up. Converts Fader's Slash to physical? When you do it, a spirit appears and does a second one, which counts as summon damage. You could potentially swerve into a fizz build. That's super interesting. Okay. Gacha games in a nutshell. But what I'm referring to, some of the games that I played back in the day, there were cash shops. And the cash shop would have, for example, a key to access a dungeon that normal people would have to like farm up the key. But you could buy it in the cash shop for real money instead. You could say that's pay to win, because in turn you have like more chances at the dungeon per hour, per dollar, compared to just regular people who have to farm up the actual key. gacha games is pretty much just like you pay money to get the SSR waifu faster. Now, if you're trying to say that the waifu is better than a free play Andy can get, then that's pay to win, and that's messed up. I have a lot of money. I don't think that scales on putting points into the prayer itself. Adds an aura that does 119% fire damage, but consumes life per second. The life drain can kill you. Does not say how you make the life, well, the fire damage any stronger. I guess it's a world where, like, it can't actually ever be better than last Flash. Dang. We gotta chill. Pay to get the chance to get the promoted character. Oh, promoted, not like advertised. Promoted as in leveled up. This is a general or a lieutenant. Not just some old pleb waifu. This is the real deal. Surprised that doesn't one-shot me. It almost looks like it misses the tackle. When Ganyu first came out, I rolled one time, got her instantly. I bet your friend was so jealous. Did you show it off? Like the tentacle waifu in Zenless. Why is there a tentacle waifu in Zenless Zone 0? Marzi, were you here yesterday for the Zenless conversation we had? About making content for Zenless, and then we went to YouTube and we searched out what Genshin, Wuthering Waves, like what that content looks like for most viewed videos this month. And Zenless Zone 0 was not my kind of content, I guess, on YouTube. Like, if you all saw me posting those videos, I mean, hey, for all I know, that's what you want to see too. So, never mind. All I can say is that there were no runs. There were no busted builds for Zenless Zone 0. It was other kinds of stuff. Safe for YouTube, though. Not demonetized. Double knife has bleed. Double knife convert to lightning. Lasso bleed. We have this thing again. We did take it off. I think we're gonna keep rolling for these. Well, we have the Giga fire damage, so we really don't need this anymore. I think there's still an argument for holy water. Dang, we need duration. Big damage. All right. Wuthering Waves isn't even close. Really? We were talking about Wuthering Waves because someone asked, you know, did I try it? Because the new combat update has been fantastic. And I was like, no. But it's always showing up as a roguelike, like in the roguelike tag on Steam, which is then how we got to Zenless Zone 0. think if we get the next constellation, we'll be in good shape. I definitely kill. I tried it twice. Your PS5 started booting up to launch itself into space. Yeah, I did Wuthering Waves, like, as a first look. But if the combat has changed since then I could understand where, like, yeah, V, you gotta revisit. It's just so much better now. I'm so bad at blinking with this. Because I was never playing Wazda in this game before. And it feels kind of bad. I don't play Wazda on Path of Exile 2 either. Like, there's just something about clicking to move your character that just never gets old to me. That's worthless area. Yo, Numbers, welcome on in. This is an English-only channel, so if you're able to speak in English, it would be appreciated. Ignore the birds. They're bait. We do have to get every chest, though. It's freaking elite. We're killing relatively fast. Especially if I right-click the monster, that seems to help. Loot bug. If you can kill the loot bug, that's a good sign. That means you do actually have some semblance of damage. Oh my god, the birds. I can't with these birds. They're just flying around in a circle and not fighting me. Crit damage, crit chance. 22%. 27% now. Did I ever go back to check out Shape of Dreams? I want to pick that up at some point because it looks super fun. Yeah, I'm a really big Shape of Dreams blazer. Absolutely. I feel like I'm not very good at the game because I'm not winning on max difficulty. But if that doesn't matter to you, the game is super good. Very big fan. I've also never played the game in co-op. And I know that's probably important. Prayer of Vengeance again. Brute Taunt. Grants summon damage. That could be kind of interesting with the Fader Slash. If we, like, swerve into summon Fader Slash. Alright, big prog U right here. You play Shape of Dreams with friends. It's super good. Are your friends like big League of Legends players or big roguelike players? I don't know if my friend group would necessarily want to do Shape of Dreams. Right now we're playing Marvel Rivals. And that's doing quite well for a friend group game. Yeah, just one whip and then walk away. Pray my enemies die. Feel like I never got stats for my prayer of health. Big damage. Crap. Actually, we get time back for doing this. This is fine. Scary. We haven't played on hardest difficulties yet. It's hard. And like, I dare say in an unfun way, it's hard. But I can see, like, you know, if you are an expert at the game, it looks impressive for sure. Wow, good thing we have all this life regen, but I'm running out of mana. Nice. Yo, we actually net so much freaking time for that. That was really good. I'm not using the potions at all because I have innate healing. Chat, this could be the one. Right here. I might just get this out of the way. Oh, wow, another one. These only show up one time per act. So, like, there were 2 of these. This is probably the last one. We will not have to worry about getting this again. This is essentially a roguelite perk that's gonna help us like get stronger for all of our subsequent attempts until the world gets wiped, and then we never have it again. That hurt. That thing was just bombing me the whole time. Tickle, tickle. Alright, we're done. Oh, there's a chest. 6 minutes. Oh my goodness gracious. We are sitting pretty right now. If I can get to the boss and the boss doesn't have a mechanic I don't know about, we should win. I can even milk the map a little bit. Try to get some money out of it. Loot bug? Beautiful. If only my gameplay was always like this. Alright, spell hits give resilience. Passage recovers 11% mana. It's kind of interesting. That's this. Mana has to be the least of our issues right now. What exactly gives you time? Monsters sometimes drop time. Elites and bosses drop time. So, essentially, because we're on a global timer to beat the game, we need to be able to kill even the rares and elites with, like, good efficiency. Otherwise, we're sitting on just base time values. That's why I can't just skip stuff half the time. I have to do the kills, or else we're gonna end up worse off. Oh my god. A second one. And big summon damage.
Este artefato irá me ajudar a acabar com os inimigos do Monte Santo.
This should be easy. So yeah, like you would see time plus 30 seconds if it dropped. I don't know if only specific elites drop it. Like maybe they don't drop in here. I don't know if it's RNG. I think the game does have a wiki, but I'm not about to consult a third-party program to figure out how to play Hell Clock. I already do that enough in Path of Exile. If I can't figure it out in the game itself, it must not be that important to figure out. Just kill. Kill and do it fast. Or else. Yeah, I think the oil status is 100% ignite chance. Wait, am I dying? I killed it, but like I'm almost about to die. We did skip this. Melee damage on lifesteal.
Artefato de ascendência divina.
Tier 4 mana.
Objeto de grande poder. Sinto que a sorte está do nosso lado.
Okay. That was the last mini-boss. We only have the main boss of this act left. And I'm actually, well, I was getting hurt. I am getting hurt. Why am I getting hurt? That's all. Why am I seeing my life bar? Big cooldown. Oh, I didn't actually touch this. Crap, I keep messing up my blink. Like I'm hitting WASD and then blinking in the opposite direction because it's based on my mouse. Normal weak monsters are basically a time loss and only give golden XP. True. So like ideally you should never like have to stop to kill a white monster. I have ignite ticking, so hopefully they die to that. If not, you know, it's probably bad. So sometimes I have to do the tickle, which to be fair is my main DPS. Chest could have time in it as well. But you do need money and XP to win. Like if you just speed ran past every monster, you'll end up in a situation where like you get to the boss and all of a sudden you do no damage. Attack speed is in here. There it is. So there's a little bit of balance between like killing monsters and collecting XP and gold. Ideally, you're able to do all at once. It's like this is a dead end. This is essentially a time loss. But I don't mind 5 seconds. If it was worse, I'd have to skip it. But I always go for chest, because now we can get Imbue Tool of Faith. This is awful. I'm dying. freaking plague aura. Oh my god, we finally hit buff duration. Goodness gracious. I'm basically at the end of the run. And it just showed up. Now we have, I think, infinite uptime on E, which is my fire aura. No, it's not infinite at all. It's got a 9-second wait period. 3 minutes. This is the last floor, so I'm chilling. Wow, more cooldown. The mana was nice too. Now we can blink a lot. Lightning aura is what that was. Kind of scary. Chillin'. Milking the map right now. All right. Every third use of Fader's Lash gives you damage in area. That's a thing? That's so sick. How did this become a Fader Slash build? Oh no, I wasted my right click. This could kill me, I think. Alright, good right click. Just try to bait him back into it. Oh my god. I just used a Death Defiance. I don't think I've ever died to this guy before. My god. So, on this ascension, the bosses have new mechanics. And I do fear they are absolutely smoking me. No way. I can die? 16,000 lightning damage? I mean, we're gonna upgrade. Technically, this is okay. We still have a lot of runs left before the world is wiped. I have I have 8 runs left. And we already reached the final boss. So we're fine. My lightning res is 57. I mean, I would assume that's not terrible. Now, to think about if that's like good boss design or bad boss design, I think from the dev standpoint, they would probably say your build could have just killed him on the spot. So like I'm definitely in somewhat agreement that getting dashed into and dying like that wasn't great, but my expectation is that it's because I don't have this yet. Grants additional mana regen equal to missing mana ratio and life regen for missing life ratio. That's so good. So, like, we have this giant constellation tree, which is build defining. However, we're really spec'd into fire on the red side. I believe lightning is on the blue side. So we're down on resistances. This is going to help out with that. You could also try to pick up Conviction, which is a shield mechanic to shield your life bar. But on this tree, we're going to be able to get this, which is our next storage capacity. And that by itself will probably get us the XP, the HP, the damage, everything we need to kill that boss. Could just get straight life, too. Yeah, I think there's an argument for flat life here. I don't know how many points I need to reach this. Cooldown reduction. Technically, this is good for us. We can start working on melee skill damage, which I was avoiding before, but now we know for a fact melee skill damage is good. Because we didn't know what the build was going to be previously. That's kind of the way how this game works, is that you're making the build based on what shows up. So now we know that melee damage is like the best part of our build. Like, you could even say there's an argument that the fire aura is like less important, but to me, this is our wave clear. Like, this is what gets us through the biome and doesn't mean we have to take a long time to do so. But now that we have space, life is even better. Because now I have this entire quadrant here that can go towards ignited enemies deal less damage to the player. Where's the baton we just got? Yeah, this thing right here. Every third use of Fader's Lash deals more damage with a bigger area. That's actually really good. Oh, wow, my attack speed goes up or something. Or not. Looked weird. Oh, because this procced. Oh, okay. So we brought that in. Converts Fader's Lash to physical. We don't want to do that, I think. We would have to dual scale both physical and fire in one run. But it's like, it's kind of impressive, right? It's essentially double the amount of slashes, but now we're scaling both fizz and fire, which I don't think you ideally want to do that. I assume after that you start with a fresh build. Is there any meta progression that stays after 8 runs? Yes. I think if I do these are permanent. So, like, complete Ascension in Hell 1 or higher with at least 4 points in the Fury Devotion path. I would have sworn I've done that before, but I think I was actually, the last time I played, I was spec'd into Projectile, and that's up here in green. So the green stuff, discipline. It says it's here. I know for a fact when I redid, because like complete the campaign, obviously like I'm done with campaign. So I wouldn't lose and have to do campaign again. I am always getting this point. So I started off with 10 points to go towards this. And as far as I know how this works, all of these go towards... Oh, maybe Ascension in Hell 1. Maybe Hell 1 is the thing I haven't done. I don't necessarily know what Hell... Oh, we're in Hell 9. So I don't know why I don't have these promises. But it could be that, like, once we beat this Ascension, it's gonna dump all of those on me. And maybe these ones refresh every time you lose. But if we win, then the whole world gets wiped anyway. It gives you a bunch of these promises based on what you've done in that run. And now the next run, you get to start off stronger, but with no gear. None of this stuff. And that's the roguelike part of it. There's like this gigantic ongoing ascension. Almost think like you're playing Slay the Spire, except every time you start up the next ascension in Slay the Spire, you keep some stuff, and if you lose too hard, then it's a failure. That's not the only way to play. This just happens to be Ascension mode. The other way to play, they call it, I think, Chaos mode. I think we're good to exit here. I think I have a save file that's on Chaos mode. $25. I may have upgraded it from campaign to Ascension. I think if I click into here... Oh, World Oblivion. Okay, yeah, that's it. Yo, Flair, thank you. Yeah, so it's campaign, and then it goes up in stages and has nothing to do with world wipes. It's just like the entire world is harder, and you are doing like that until you move up to the next tier. Instead, I'm doing a run that's a little bit more hardcore, even though it's not literally hardcore, it's softcore. The Ascension mode to me is fun because you get to skip the campaign and just have everything unlocked. And then there's high stakes because the whole world could be wiped. But then when you win, you do a fresh build, like a real roguelike. So, like, to me, this is the premiere version of the game, but for all I know, once, like, they do more... Sorry, I just hit my mic. Once they do more updates, Oblivion and all of that stuff might be the, like, true version of the game. I have no idea. Or they may run side by side and just give the players the option to do either one. Either way, though, we're playing this because there was an update. Major update. That they actually have linked, which is incredible. Most devs don't do that. Update 1.2 was literally a couple of days ago. November 22nd. So we're playing today because I played the game early access day one. Thought it was fun, but obviously it has some work to do. I came back for update 1.1, which added the Oblivion and Void, and that was just bit the side of my mouth. That was cool, but that's not like the coolest part of the game to me. I like the Ascension mode, but I think that that's like a little bit contentious, so I'll have to see. There's a mapping end game plan for sometime next year. What happens with Ascension, I don't know by then. I think Ascension would remain its own mode, and campaign transitions into maps. And at that point, would Ascension be gone? Because I feel like if you have too many game modes running at the same time, you run the risk of the player not knowing which one they should do. And I'm sure like a game dev would say, like, we gave them choice. Like, we want the player to choose what they want to do, but in like most circumstances, not only in gaming, but also in life, they don't want choice necessarily. They want, here's like the product, and you can choose to engage with it or not. If you have like a bunch of different, well, not a bunch, if you have 3 different products within one thing, and there's no clear reason why to do each one over the other, and you don't know which one is like original or spicy or mild or savory or sweet. Like, sweet could be good, savory could be good, spicy could be good. Which one's gonna give me like the best overall experience? I don't know, because I'm not playing sweet and I'm not playing spicy either. I'm stuck in savory, and stuck is like of my own making, but that's where the player put themselves. The sense I've been able to discern has been that Ascension is different enough that it can remain its own kind of challenge mode, and then make campaign maps the premier game. You know, I bet... So, Ascension... The way how, for those who don't know the game, the way how Ascension works is that you choose a difficulty. It's almost like, it's not Hades. It's not a heat system. It's a tree. And you choose nodes on the tree that add to the difficulty of the game. And I feel like, you know, you do Ascension 1, and maybe Ascension 3 or something adds maps to the game. Or maybe, like, Ascension mode after Ascension 1, it's no longer just, like, you're doing the campaign, like, you have X number of runs to beat this act. Instead, you have X number of runs to beat 5 maps, for example. And I think that's, like, a good way to have Ascension interacting with the map system, and then allow you to augment those maps for like extra rewards, but that gives you some risk in if you can beat the Ascension or not. There's a lot of cool things you can do with it, which I feel like, you know, this type of game is unique in that aspect. We've played roguelikes, we've played exile-likes, but it was hard to like marry that together. And I feel like this dev is trying their absolute best to make that happen. Alright. No one knows what maps will be like besides the devs. And shout out to the dev team. They are very receptive to stuff. I felt no performance drops this go round. Of course, I am on the new PC. But the last time I played the game, my build was unusable because I lagged too much. That was like a consistent 120 FPS, so something's going right. Either way though, I would like to maybe put together a review of the current patch and put that to YouTube. I'll do that on my own time. My thoughts on the game, I think it's fun. I would actually play it a lot if I had the option. Tomorrow, I know we have Fellowship tomorrow. It's usually like 1 hour of I can do whatever until Fellowship happens. If this ends up that 1 hour, I don't know. If Moonlighter 2 is what I do first, I don't know yet. But right now, I'm in a mode of like, there's lots of cool games out, and I want to get deeper in them rather than just like a bunch of first looks of stuff. Otherwise, I'll never know how good the game actually is. So yeah, for now, let's go ahead and end here. We've been live for a good 5 hours and some change. If you like what you saw, I encourage you to follow the channel, get notified when we go live. We'll be on tomorrow, same time, same place. Roguelikes followed by Fellowship with Wholesome vs. Live. Do want to thank you all for tuning in today. Stream could not be possible without you, the viewer. We did get multiple raids today, so let's pay that forward to the next person. See who's live. Data Dave is playing Where Winds Meet. Someone in chat was saying they love Where Winds Meet. I think the game, it looks entertaining. I don't know if I would play it myself, but it looks like a fun time. Either way, I'm going to send you all over to Data Dave. Chat, thank you all for tuning in. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thanks for the bits, follows, and subs. Appreciate each and every one of you. For now, I'll catch you all next time. If you get a bite to eat, take an extra big bite just for me, because I'm a little hungry. Otherwise, you all have a good night, good day, good evening, good whatever, wherever you are. And I'll catch you all in Data Dave's chat.